Kanyamasyo engoro yaito tuachire bosibwao twekanyire tokobona magomba munene osesenia abantu bao moro bongoro igarwa busina isiko ya busi ore na balai baito abale baikira na bali barenjera gocha engoro tuasabirejise minogo maini bikorwa sore bikonya balai baito na bantu baito osesenie esukuru yaito University ya Kisii nechine chia boigo chia kenyengima engoro tuetiganira sore twegene no tokorera wonsi ari abana bao baboni asinkoro tuago sabire engoro yaito no mwana no moikomo chenu otokonye tuasabire no kuina twensi amina.
Yamana sana Mogaka Natalia Miranga Tesama Sabayo. Tunamshukuru sana mzee wetu kwa kutuongoza katika maombi, na fursa hii tunaichukua kufanya introduction kidogo yani ngochikomanya na tole na ndogo yake ebiombe aiga kwamba tuna makundi mbalimbali. La kwanza linaitwa Kisii Council of Elders ambao nawaomba wasimame, wanaongozwa na Mzee Matundura Angwenyi. Omogaka Angwenyi na bogotene na bali mami no ba Kisii Council of Elders na bomokonya wala mwairiro marengali tawa wajafika. Asante batabire ngambara ikaiga ekiombe kende gekoro ku Mwanyagetinge Heritage. Tuna kikundi kingine kinaitwa Mwanyagetinge Heritage kikiongozwa na ndugu yetu George Nyakundi. Naomba msimame George na umogoska gocha mutua iga okwani abami ntoiga dakika emo asante sana George naibasubanda
abantu baito itongo mojochi igomo boteba itongo nogaya itongo mojochi masoga abantu baito abate neinega ne kamati ya Mwanyagetinge Heritage Council eyu yejengeretie abantu baito ba Kisii University led by our Vice Chancellor aso kulike bitabu abantu baito bago chigosoma n'abantu bago chigosomia abantu baito nabo abamorochega. A brief history ya Mwanyagetinge Heritage Council is that abasomo abange bebireke busigeito na ide tokaligo ikeranza ya bono into no wange the bottoms up. We are starting from the grassroots nabagaka baito na mubarochega abana bw'ebyongosi gamba yo molimo abakwani tomaye wakwe bicheyu lakite toyeria ndorana rabicha mtu wake tomaye wikaranza omugaka koruga mwinoga gakoro kwa omugaka Mark Nyamao comes from Bonchari nere ole umuriki as Bonchari sub county mwaka bakwani
mwezi mwaikire maiwe mambie masoge naende biamono sana
oyo kobwatia igakoro kwa umwaka Samuel Boera nere otenete Manga sub county eyere bogetutu ensemo ya Nyamira.
Masoge jengo kwana anguru kumugaya wera Samuel seito manganya kobi kondo mangere meire nseka masimolero egasinya umunjali umumajaba kolera tongoli ebe yeito onye naranda unanya kundio minto wema. Thank you very much. Mbiyamana sana.
Asante omwaka wera Samuel. Omwaka ukobwatia ndobwate representatives ndobwate committee both in Kisii County and Nyamira County. Chairman ya Nyamira County gakuro kwotenyo gendia abantu baminto bali bakora aligererie TV n'ekireti chike Kisii munamuona na mmemsikia na leo yuko live and direct mwakotenyo.
Abantu bamwenye getinge wakiri mwensi oyo igakurukwa otenyo ogendi noyo keire noyo mavi noyo matoke noyo nyabando noyo mutagara na ndirigana na oyo mavi tingura tigere abantu baminto sabe tata konye tuyigiriri ekekusiye ito
oyo kobwatia ere chairman ya Kisii County omwaka Joseph Sakari Miranga nere garaba kwani
minto mamusi dongo mojoji amarieta ni gongoro kwa Joseph Zakari Miranga omwano penato ngweso na Juliana Mura abana bakerubuna maturu abana bachokoro ba manuko bachokoro ba masakara noyo masase noyo umurenda churia umurenda noyo mwana munjari igombe yamuna sogo mtegera karibu
oyenere mwana wo muswati munjari no muswati olenge otenyo ne chingereru no mogetutu minto enda yencho no linero no munjari inche igo etaoni gari bakono kasa George lakini nka ngoro kwa George Nyakundi omwana o Charles Nyakundi na Nelia Magoma Nelia no mwana buonderi onyandonge omuguliko rwali bogetutu na Nyakundi no mwana wonsongo mosto onsongo michiro gatumbo lyose kimonge nere omwana oisera nere omwana nyaboke no mukungu kabero omugusi abasweta kurugali nyabitunwa lakini wona tomenyete manga nyakobi kondo abantu baito ekegusii nekia noene kerokorota igokorota ekegusii tari egesongo igo tokubakira mbia mono sokwegerera ekegusii naende tokubasaba buna university ya Kisii ntobwate chi professor chikegusii chigosomia ekegusii yole na moja mobaye degree eri korokonarari yekegusii ndokoyubia ende twegerera bitabu mwasokiri tuchigosomi mbia mono sogo totegerera mbia mono sana
mbia mono sana ndugu Nyakundi na bamino esamangana yama ya mwata tabiria bono bakere chinko bingo naende mbia mono sana arabaka abangoro mangalia abamame jero mocho koro kyanga nyaega nere motuka nyaega nere kibaga ndio nyaega mbia mono sana bono egurubu ende dogo chikoreta yani abaminto baikiraiga ba media Kisii FM nebwate representative karibu sana rafiki yetu kutoka Kisii FM mpigie makofi you're welcome to Kisii University Eunga Inkole. Then we have someone from Scholar Media. Yuko wapi mwenzetu yule? Scholar Media wapo watatu. Naomba muje hapa mbele. Someone will take a picture of you. Scholar Media. Thank you very kindly for finding time to visit us. Huyu kijana ni kijana wetu hapa tuakinya igo mwana ito tuakere chingo bya zo kidyo mwana oyo biyamana sana.
Good morning. I'm Benedicta Macau, the editor, Scholar Media, and I'm also a journalist. I've been here before, and I'm so happy to be back. Scholar Media is the publisher of the Scholar bi-weekly paper, and we also have a vibrant website, and you can get all the positive stories there. We have published stories about this university before, and we also look forward to publishing more. We also appreciate so much the partnership we have had with the university, and from that partnership, amid the many applications which have been made for attachment, we chose to have 2 out of 3 students from this university. This is one of them. They will introduce themselves, and the other one is the photographer.
Good morning. My name is Nehemiah Joshua Tinangoga. I come from the School of Arts and Social Sciences, and I'm at Scholar Media as an editor and a correspondent of Kisii County. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. My name is Samuel Uro Kerosi. I'm a journalist and a Scholar Media, and also a student at Chuka University.
Good morning, everyone. Hereditaria nenkoro kwa Ronald Mayaka. Cheno moraria radio ya Kisii FM enka yomugusi. Etwanya warete okwaliga ni boko asenjera yo weke yo konene tugateba nintwe oikatuche. Etona betereri bagani chenjo monyene na senjo nganje Kisii na ende nintagete kuyorokereria Kisii. Ekiagera babo otenyo gendi bakurwororo egesakukirege gosoa gekubwatia wegatoe ni kinga bamanyire Kisii bachikogenderera kiasa bachokoro na bachokororia ilinde Kisii yeto kegenda ise mwategera Kisii FM ngayo Kisii twatranire sana na university ya 70 binge kwa morona ituntu kwata wanafunzi babo kora attachment as a studio itogaria na kekora tokokore bintaso wa. May God bless you so much and let's have a successful day.
Biyamona sana abana abaito mbakwane tibuya bakere chingo biminto. Asante sana. Asante sana. So tunapoendelea tuna furaha kubwa hosting our guests today. So next with someone from Radio Vuna Toraro Kenogo Samura Gose. Karibu sana. Radio Vuna mekaribishwa.
Yes, na bakwarira bakire byana ine. Asama letambiro kwa Joseph Nyagaka. Kwa radio kwa wana utoka Nsira FM ilipota asama na mayana ine bara tumuro libo kumureka tochi senyoro na ndo mu engineer semitambo ya wese. Kaba gakambara bawo basomye Kisii ya studio yaitu. Na inda abana bale bawo kora media bara attachment ga. Lakini tuko ndo Kisii. Biyamu.
Biyamona sana ndugu ya itokorwa Radio Vuna. Yeah, thank you for the great job you are doing. Egere ko gandario munu ito ko Kisii inga chete omonu ito. Abana baito mbaraiga bake abange bao batanya ari kumanyo munu ito bya. Igoto ko basabanga andondia so muy karanze te na mugo nyakogori igona kiateba. Elimu Academy. There is a representative from Elimu Academy. Karibu sana. Elimu karibu sana kaka yetu. Mkaribishe huku mbele. Someone will take a picture of you and also pata fursa kusalimia mami ndugu ya mwana sana.
Thank you so much.
na nchi tiamba kwani wa Kirembia mare. Kwa majina naitwa Douglas Nyakoe. I'm one of the administrators of the institution. So Elimu is represented today. When we got the invitation, tulisema this is a very big day, we must be part of these celebrations. So together, on behalf of the big institution of Elimu, I want to wish us a very successful day as we launch these books. Pale shuleni watoto ambao tunafundisha hawajui Kisii. Actually ndio maana tulisema na sisi wacha tuje so that to benefit, tukienda huko tukifundisha wale watoto wadogo wajue Kisii vizuri, si ndio? Asante sana na shukuru.
Asante sana kaka yetu, mpigie makofi. Mpigeni makofi tena. Ya in CBC kuna somo linaitwa indigenous languages ambazo ziko represented. Kwa hivyo tunaomba sana kaka yetu onyoro mwadu weke Kisii egera abana baito bamanyeke Kisii karoto komera nabo ndogo kwanege ndogete yato kangamba manyeti. Kwa mfano naleto musubati koruboruya umwana korwara iga natebuyo nabwo atomonoye umusubati umuruyo kuminga umonoye ngieki. Kumbe no mwana itomo Kisii era akumetinga umonoye ngieki. Bana baito Kisii wanatiko kumigo. Asante sana Toche Kari. There is a representative from Kari. Karibu sana. Nimeona kaka yetu pale. That's Kenya Agricultural Research Institute. Karibu sana ndugu.
Abantu baito abagusi wakire buya. Nje Dr. Joseph Magutu Mumanyi nga go represent kisukuru cha Kari ya Ndowa the junior secondary na primary. Eke Kisii ne kiamana na ende university yango bae challenge. Tulikere bitabu byembegano yeke Kisii abana baito basome. Emegano nere tu agasomire buya kare lakini lero kitabu ke yona kamo na goki buya sana ne process ye mwa chakire kurwa se dictionary ne bitabu ine eke Kisii na kikiama na imasense bia mono
bia mono sana ndugu. Karibu sana Kisii University. Next we have we have someone, we have the principal Kisii National Polytechnic. Mekaribisha sana principal. Karibu sana dada yetu. So tunampa fursa hii apate kusalimia. Karibu sana.
Habari zenu. Let me correct, I'm not the principal, I'm the deputy representing my boss. Atasikia nilijiita hapa principal anichape. Sema kweli. We are very humble to be here as Kisii Polytechnic. Kisii University is our brother, our neighbor, our sister, who work together very well. So tuliona tuwezi kosa hii function. My name is Mabel Wanjala, I come from Western. Na nimeona hii function nikafurahi sana. Nikirudi huko Western nitaambia wale watu wa Kisii wako mbele. Inafaa tuko sio kweli? Because we don't have such in Western. So tukirudi huko tutawaelezea. I'm also a proud parent of Kisii University. My son learned here in the School of Business and Economics and graduated 2019. But unfortunately, he passed on last year in an accident. Anyway, thank you. God bless you.
Pole sana mwimbo yetu na kidogo matayabia. Tiga ngore nje ko mosesenia. Na bobo chagura abaigo. Asante sana madam for the representation. Ya tupo pamoja, in this journey. Mungu azidi kukupa nguvu. Now, next, let me take this opportunity to welcome Kisii University Junior Secondary School principal or head. Karibu sana. Karibu sana kaka yetu. Huyu kaka yetu ni mwenzetu pia. For those of you who belong here, probably we interacted with him. Karibu sana kaka. Ndio.
Abantu baminto nabako ni mwese mbyabone. Thank you so much. Timaite protocol ne ko kwase ke Kisii. Angana observe protocol.
Mugakanya mache na kutebye.
Mugakanya mache no wali so back to primary. Uchongereze ni job ne. Irienda ko Dr. Mala Kogaka. I'm here representing Kisii University School, primary and junior secondary. Na ichinabe no mugoko ko associated. Ne occasion ya lero. Ke Kisii ne kongo ase abantu begaki abon byamuna bagaka base ni tumwanchiro matoro seire inchengene ni mwajeruka inchengeriya rino tumanye ke Kisii. Some languages are going to extinct. Mbiyamone ekora moro mogere ke Kisii to kesira. I also want to say the principal said na baba wakati sana ni University ya Kisii, because Kisii University is the mother of Kisii University schools. And they go get it, again, go to Beyonce, go to Kwanya, but most of the utilities, you go to make us a university school area, Mata area, no, we could wake us a university. Thank you so much, be blessed. Asante sana.
Asante sana daktari. Karibu sana. Hailin Ocharo, that should be Egesa, Kia Baba. Korwegesa. Karibu sana Musubati. Egesa kwariga niwe oiche okwania mamintaiga. Kwa wale wenzetu ambao si wa Kisii, we are mixing codes, kwa hivyo samahani sana. I presume you're seated close or next to someone who understands or speaks Kisii, so they'll come to your aid. Karibu sana Musubati.
Na bako ni binyamulunzi. Kuangatira kwenye tinda ikaransa na no ikaransa kwa kambemo asoko mali bageriga osanga munaine ninde nera moyo kumanyanga ninki ya segedete okoliko kwa gitabu yake enga kikia irire koliko kubekwamo paka wikerikia biri gitabu yake kusuwa mwabantu ntorocho kwa komire Kenya uikereiga tibeseire ngakirire kuliko na inde ekiringa kia bali baikaransete bakarike getabu ikegwika bono nkiriki wango iganto arenga se musangire kana to atebete kunga emyaka erenga gochi motuke busingo sirake yako gara baibuli utotegeta bana baitu kwa ni Gisungu tutageta bana baitu kwa ni Kiswahili ngairo bono nalio tumikingeuka yani bono ndo nalito menyete tolibia na litogo kinia bana bale biye batamaite kwa ni Kisii korende ntukunegesa otokwegerere ke Kisii otokogikwana na gukeraria keraria ituko na kiakogera na ikirega igansanga mange na kumanyia abantu nga omugusii na genda tukwegerera omunoye
mbia mono sana mwana minda sogoika ne samangana maya maboli ayao mbanya ariko yairaniria ikarabarache mutu aiga to wakambia mono sana. By the way kuna tabire kwa wale ambao waelewi Kisii, there is that false notion that our kids must be brought up speaking English. Some even look down upon Kiswahili. I don't understand the reason for that. Remember, we were taken to school, you know, in the 1980s, kama mimi, tulikuwa tunafundishwa Kisii up to class 3. Kuanzia class 4 kwenda juu, ndio introduction to English ikaja. But then I can speak English as best as anyone who grew up speaking English. Kwa hivyo tusidhani eti kufundisha watoto wetu lugha zetu Kisii, Ekegerege, Sigisi, Ekeluya eti labda tutakuwa tumedhalilisha watoto wetu. Hapana. Culture iko unique everywhere. Kisii is as superior as the French culture, as superior as the Luo culture, as superior as the Igbo, the Yoruba, whichever culture you're talking about. Kwa hivyo usije ukaibike eti nikuandike Kisii yani bora nikuandike Kisii tinsa ometi. omonto someta amanyiteke Kisii. Yaani msomi lazima ajue lugha ya mama. Nikisema Kisii hapa, it could be Dholuo to you, it could be Luya or Maragoli kwa dada yetu hapa. Ni Maragoli ama Msoso ama Muisuha ama Idago. Asante sana, atakuwa mtachoni naona. Asanteni sana. Next, you know, our time is almost up for introductions. We have the third family. Yaani Enchengeriya Koroku School of Arts and Social Sciences. Mnaomba msimame mwake uchingobi. Abalimu balia, aborokia balia, abaringoria balia basas. Na bwaba mwaro liraiga. Can we please put our hands together for the third family? Everybody wapigieni makofi. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Okay, next, very briefly, we have a representative from the office of the Kisii County woman rep, anaitwa Justin Siocha. Justin Siocha, karibu sana. Where is oh, karibu sana kaka yetu. Utapiwa picha ndio mama akiona ajue kwamba ulifanya alivyo kuomba. So karibu sana kaka yetu. Kaka yetu Siocha.
Yes. In a special way, because kuna program bado inaendelea, wacha niwasalimia. Hamjambo. Kwa majina ni Justin Siocha, Office Manager, Office of the Kisii County Woman Representative, Honorable Donya Doris Oburi. Niko hapa, wacha tuache program kwanza iendelee. Thank you.
Asante sana ndugu Siocha, mwakele chingobi. Bono kaka yetu naomba muweke muziki. Ndugu Mombi Nyanara around. Our Vice Chancellor anaingia, Professor John Akama na grupu yake pale nje. Mmekaribishwa sana Professor. Kwa hivyo tupate wimbo mmoja kwa kukaribisha Soko Borula Delieke Gusitora Atebe, President ya University, His Excellency Professor John Akama. Madechu University wa the President. Bunense kwa President. Kwa hivyo karibuni sana.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ndio sana Mombinya asega asiyengia yoko karibisha our university president Professor Kama and his group. Asante sana bagaka baito korumanga asega asiyengia mwakalire bono tiga mora ngelie oyo minto Dr. Evanis Kenanda for the official opening of this function. Tunamwomba kaka yetu Kenanda akaribia huku mbele. Tumpigie makofi anapoingia. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. The guests that are present. Professor Makana from Moi University, we recognize your presence. Professor Priska Tanui from Moi University again, Assistant Historian, welcome. We have our elder Matundura here, the chairman of Kisii Council of Elders. Karibu. Hello. Hello. Am I heard? Yeah, we have Bishop Marenda is here. Lecturers who are present. Najama, I see you, our publisher. Welcome to Kisii University. I know you have been playing a great role as far as publishing is concerned. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this very important event. I thank you all for coming and for your patience. We were supposed to start at 9, but time has really gone. I would like to be very brief, and my work is just to open this very important exercise. I feel honored. For those who don't know me, my name is Evan Sokemwa. I am heading Research Division of Kisii University. First and foremost, let me congratulate all the authors of the book, and I'm doing this in my capacity as the custodian of research, because every time a book is written or an article is published, it is my office to note that and be able even to look at the book in terms of where it is published and who is the publisher. Professor John Akama, the publishers, the authors are John S. Akama, Peter N. Mose, Evelyn K. Mose, and Margaret Barasa. We do appreciate the work that you are doing, and the fact that you are role models to those who are coming up. You have made a deliberate decision and commitment to write and express yourself by writing, and the knowledge written therein will shape the generation. I know it takes time to research, to organize ideas and information in logical sequence, and chapters to make a book. It really takes your time, and we really have to acknowledge the work that you have done. Of course, the titles of the book, I know those who will discuss them will put the titles even in a better way, but I'm aware of a scholar research writing and publishing into journals and books. For those who are here or who are just getting us online, I have just gone through that book, and I can tell you for free that that book is very important if you are an academic, if you are academic, or if you are a lecturer in this university or in other universities, because it will really guide you on how to publish. You have heard of predatory, you have heard of scholarly journals, or scholarly publishers. If you read that book, it will really guide you on where to publish your work. We have been having a problem on identifying the right journal, the right publisher. I don't know how they thought it wise to have that book in the shelf, so that we are able to understand exactly how do we go about publishing, so that we don't lose data and our academic credibility. There is also another book there. You will definitely hear of the book. Kisii, at one time, one of our scholars told us that the Kisii language is almost facing extinct. It is one of the language that has been listed as one of the languages that will lose, that will come to extinct with time. But thank God what the elders have done in the guidance of the authors. They have been able to write a dictionary, and even the word itself, I don't know what it means. ENCHENGERIA. I don't know the meaning of that word. ENCHENGERIA something. I think in that book I will get that word and I will be able to understand what it means. And there is also historical analysis of women's rights in Kisii County. I hope it doesn't say that women should be given land. Should they rent land from their parents. I want to read that seriously. And get to know what it is. So it is a book that you will have to understand what is this that women want as far as land possession is concerned. It could be a very interesting book, and I don't know what informed the writing. Anyway, I want to say that these books have given us a voice, and you all know that without good literature, everything that we have, or in our understanding of the world, will be based on what we see in the media, mainstream media. So this is very important for those who have taken a deliberate decision to write a book. I'm sure some are in Kisii, this is very important. And you must understand that every great civilization is founded or is grounded on great literature. The culture of storytelling, to remember history through the collection of past events. I think as we were coming this way, we were talking about this Sakawa building, which is named after one of our oldest prophets. And John was telling me that he was a prophet, and I was trying to ask whether it is the Sakaura prophet or what. But he told me what he used to speak actually could guide the Kisiis and even bring them together. There is even a book that has been written about him, how he could be able to bring the Kisii together and be able to tell them exactly what is expected of them in the future. I can see my elders, they are well dressed. I didn't see you dancing, you need to dance again, but time will enter my house. Anyway, in the interest of time, I know my work here was just to open the station so that other activities follow. But you can be sure I'm excited as a person heading research that this one has added into our. This information has added into our dictionary, into our library, both online and even physical library. You will get these books. I wonder how these elders write these books. Me, I've never written one, although I'm coordinating. But it is quite encouraging. I'm trying to write my own autobiography. Is that the one? So that you can also understand, my children will understand me. Thank you so much. As I've said, time is not on our side, and allow me to declare this book launching ceremony officially open. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Dr. Fernanda. Ngeni makofi tena. Okay, thank you very much. Let me take this chance to invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Kama, for a word. Karibu sana Professor. Mpigeni makofi anapokuja mbele. Karibu sana Professor.
The chief guest of this ceremony, the governor of Kisii County, Simbarati. I've spoken to him on the phone, and he says that coincidentally, it escaped his mind. As we talk now, he's somewhere dressed in a t-shirt, attending a developmental function way down in Umachoge, Borabu. Otherwise, he will have been here as our chief guest. The great authors whose books we are launching here today, this includes the authors of ENCHENGERIA, the Kisii dictionary. Here we have got the authors include Dr. Evans Mecha, Dr. Peter Otieno, and also we do have an elder who played a pivotal role. He's one of the authors. Let me say Peter Nyamache, I don't know if he's around. Thank you. Peter Nyamache, you may not know that he's the initiator of this project. Way back in 2010, that's when we started the journey of writing this ENCHENGERIA. And it has taken us more than 10 years. Of course, I'm also one of the authors. The authors of the book dealing with research, Dr. Peter Mose, Evelyn Mose, Margaret Barasa, and also myself. The authors of the book on the women land rights among the Kisii land rights among the Kisii, Dr. Marion Onyambu, Professor Nicholas Makana, and Dr. Briska Tanui. The director of the senior publicists, Dr. Matunda Njama, the members of the Kisii Council of Elders who are with us here, led by Mr. Araka Matundura, Father Mandera, who is the parish priest in charge of Ensongo Parish, and a friend of Kisii University. The other distinguished guests who are with us here, the Kisii University students, all the protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I also join Dr. Kenanda to welcome you all, our distinguished guests, to Kisii University. And we also thank you for finding time from your very busy schedules to attend this auspicious occasion. I want to emphasize that as much as Kisii University is a very young university, just about 10 years old, here at our university, we do endeavor to promote a culture of an academic culture in the institution. And I'm going to say that many of our academic staff are engaged in undertaking various forms of research, which is one of the core mandates of a university. I really want to emphasize that what distinguishes a university from other educational institutions is involvement in research, innovation, and the dissemination of knowledge. Without engagement, and it's clearly stated, even in the university statutes, the Universities Act, and even in the Kisii University statutes, that as lecturers, as professors of any university, apart from teaching, you need to seriously engage in undertaking research in your areas of expertise, and also in publishing your work in high impact, peer-reviewed journals, or publishing that work in books from recognized publishers, because we do have some publishers who are basically publishing fake work. One of them is a publisher which all of us talk about, they are publishing that. It's a publisher known as Hambath publisher. I've had many of us telling me, oh, Hambath has published my book, based in Germany. Hambath is purely a fake publisher. And many of it, Canada said that there's always another big problem of the so-called predatory journals. Academicians in universities must endeavor to undertake high-level cutting research which is published, which they are going to publish in well-recognized journals, writing books in their field. If a university is not undertaking research, then that university is not a university. If a university done, particularly if you have got a PhD, and you are not doing research, then that title of PhD is basically a title. It's basically a meaningless title. A university not being engaged in research, then basically you are basically a high school. Basically a high school, and that is the reality. So what distinguishes us as a university, and a university all over the world is supposed to be a center of excellence in academia. And if you are not propagating research, publications, and dissemination of knowledge, then obviously you are not in a university environment. And in fact, our universities have been African universities, particularly when you attend conferences, academic conferences in the Western world, our universities have been termed as, in quotes, glorified high schools. I'm challenging our academicians who are here, and me also as a university don, we have got to speak the truth, and the truth will set us free. As Kenyans, academicians, we do understand that our universities are not doing very well in research and innovation. That research which can assist in solving our complex problems which we face. May those problems be academic, may they be political, may they be economic, may they be cultural, may they be, environmental. We have got, as academicians, what those titles. We must assist the country and our government through our research in trying to find solutions to those diverse, complex problems. And we have many of those problems in our part of the world. Why is it that most of our people are increasingly becoming poorer and poorer? Why is it that we have got very serious environmental challenges, now commonly referred to as climate change? For the elders like me, for instance, who come from this region, we can say that there is a lot of environmental and land use challenges in this community. I've got to tell you that why are we not engaged, we as academicians in various fields, why are we not engaged in undertaking research to find solutions to those complex problems facing our people, facing our country and the world? And I like speaking in a very honest manner. And I'm challenging now my dons here. How many lecturers do you have here in this launch? Attending this launch today. I want to provoke you. By the way, I'm exiting office any time from now. I really want to challenge you. Where are they? Where are the dons in this very important launch of 3 books? Where are dons from various schools? So, we have got to say that probably our priorities are probably upside down. I keep saying that I wish I had money so that I can send our dons to universities in the Western world and interact with their colleagues over there and see what they are doing there in academia, even teaching, pedagogy. As we talk now, there is a total transformation in the manner in which students are being trained in universities in the Western world. Universities in the Western world have adapted high-level technology in their training of university students. Recently, we visited universities in the UK, Cambridge University, University Charles Bay University, University of Paramount. When we visited the medical schools, all of us, we were there. I don't know, is there anybody who is here? We were with. He's not around here, Dr. Rogers Achebe. We were completely taken aback. For instance, when you go to their anatomy lab, where they are training doctors, they don't have cadavers. They don't have cadavers. Instead, they are using what they call simulations. Simulations where, pictures are presented in 3 dimensions. 3 dimensions. You just see, you walk into a table with a transparent glass, and when you look at it, you see a body there. In 3 dimensions, you think it's a real human body, a real cadaver. That body, students can dissect it. They can dissect it using simulation understanding. If they want to open the body, dissect, remove the heart separately, and then present it there, and then work on the heart. They do it, and you think it's a real, it's a real heart, really. And then they can collapse again the whole thing again into the original body. Here now, how are we training our doctors here? We are training doctors of yesterday, not the doctors of the future. And that's why we are trying to persuade those people so that we have good collaborations. And some of them agreed that they want to assist us in starting e-teaching, blended learning, and even simulations in our university. Therefore, we can say with confidence, and I want really to be very frank, that we are, as universities, we are not meeting the higher calling of promoting universities as centers of excellence. Therefore, one of the cardinal questions to be asked, particularly for us who are working at these strategic positions of being administrators of universities and of being lecturers and professors, we can ask yourself, we are engaged in the training of high-level manpower. When we are training people at the degree level, we are training people at the highest level of manpower. These are the people who are going to be leaders in our various sectors of the economy. Now, as we are doing that, these are the people who are supposed to eventually transform our country. But paradoxically, we are not being engaged in research and dissemination of knowledge. It is argued that if you are a professor in a university, teaching even undergraduate level, maybe you are a professor of physics, talk about the physical sciences, specialized maybe in the areas of, nuclear physics or atomic molecular science. And if you are not engaged in a cutting-edge research in that area, then how do you train kids taking a degree at that level if you are not coming up with the new understanding of that field, coming up with new ideas, and also contributing in in the cutting-edge research. So it's assumed that teaching in universities should be driven with research and publications and the dissemination of knowledge. And by the way, in the Western world, people who are engaged, academicians who are engaged in research in their fields, they are highly recognized in those universities. And they are always, whether you are an historian and you are engaged in talk like Robert Maxson in the University of West Virginia, Professor, you are here, Makana, a student of Robert Maxson, is one of the most respected historians, not only in the University of Virginia, but in the whole of America, because he is one of the top academicians in African history, specializing in Kenyan history. And other professors, may they be from other fields, recognize this guy as a powerhouse, and he was given so many awards. So, there, academia, even Ngui wa Thiongo, who is a Kenyan product. By the way, in America, the Americans would say that the Ngui wa Thiongo, aongei Kizungu. He doesn't speak English, because he speaks with a Kikuyu accent. And he is highly respected because of the works he has done over there. One of the highly respected African scholars. What about us? Here at the Kisii University, one Okemwa is there, Christopher Okemwa. Maybe we should get this time. This man here from Ontario. This guy, in the area of literature, particularly poems and oral literature, he has written widely, authored books. Recently, last week, we were interviewing him for a position of a senior lecturer. And I was telling my panelists that if it was in America, this guy probably started from lecturer position to positions of full professor. It's true. You could have been jump-started. So they were asking me, mzee unasema nini? Yu mjamaa hajakuwa hata nini? Sina lecturer. If you see the kind of work this guy has done, he has published poets. One of them, now quoted all over the world by poets, is a book known as I Can't Breathe, driven by a title from the Black Americans when they were demonstrating after the killing of a black man. We're back in, I think, in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So, the function we are having here today is a very key activity of any university. And if it was other parts of the world, this hall will be full with people wanting to hear what is being reported. Our teachings will be grounded in the researches that we undertake. It is in what I've said, it is in that background of what I've said, that we as a university congratulate the authors of the 3 books that are seminarial work in the various areas they have researched on. We also appreciate generally we appreciate our academic staff, at least those ones who are engaged in various forms of research in various fields. May they be in the area of agriculture, education, IT, business management, health, arts and social sciences, businesses, among others. So, we are here in this university aiming at promoting an academic lecture, an academic culture. I'm exiting Kisii University very soon. Kuna wengi wanasema Akama must go. Akama is going. I've been in this university for a period of 13 years. Now, one of the biggest debates we are being engaged in is how do we transit this university to people who are able to provide academic leadership for this young university. Because fundamentally, when you are a vice chancellor of a university, your first mandate is to provide academic leadership in the university. I'm meant to understand that, and these things happen only in Africa. As we stand here, people have gone overboard, conversing that there should be made vice chancellors of this university. People have done what? Are you getting me? Yes. People have gone overboard. They have talked to elders from this region. I'm sorry to say that. They have talked to politicians. They have talked to church leaders. They have talked and they have taken delegations to big offices. Clan factor, you know, there is an issue of clan. Oh, Akama comes from the Bogetutu clan. The next vice chancellor should not be from Bogetutu. So this university is student from Nyaribari, student Nyaribari clan. He is somebody here, our Nyaribari, but your next vice chancellor must be Nyaribari. So at least we are completely lost. A university cannot be influenced by clan issues. What is a clan? Yeah, clans were fundamental years back, before we reached this level of development. How do you say that we need somebody of our clan to be the vice chancellor of a university? How do you bring clanship when we are talking about getting somebody who's to be the academic leader of a university? So, people are busy campaigning. Some of you are campaigning for them. You are here. Surely, my dear brothers and sisters and the students who are here, it is the Public Service Commission which has got the responsibility of interviewing and selecting who will become the Vice Chancellor. But now, even before shortlisting has been done, before interviews have been done, people have already started stamping that I'm going to be the Vice Chancellor. I've been promised that I will be what? And by the way, and I'm going to challenge you guys, you are stakeholders. I don't want to tell you how we have struggled with this system here. More so, I'm talking about the academic culture. We were with the chairman of WASU. Where is he? Where is the chairman? Maybe he has gone out because I'm speaking around about things here. I'm going to him. You see, the major legacy I can leave to Kisii University is to make sure that we get the right person. Not somebody from my clan. In fact, people don't really realize that this university is a national what? It is even an international what? If you go to the Public Service Commission, people have applied. In fact, there are many non-Kisiis have done what? But here you are, we in the Kisii community, rolling the issue of Vice Chancellor to clan what? That is the most tragic thing to happen. I want this university to transit to better hands. And somebody may say that, why are you saying that? You are just moving. You are going away. No. I'm an academician. A university is very central in any country, in any society. It's the one to prepare the leaders of tomorrow. So, all of us must be interested on who, and I hear that people are busy looking for avenues of even infiltrating these appointing organs. Total madness. We have what to stand to be counted. Even if it means going all the way. Because this is in our Kenya. Maybe I'm flying away from the topic at hand. But that is it. But you leave it with academia. That people who are completely non-academic, they are now using the clan factor. When you apply for a position which is academic, becoming a professor, becoming a vice chancellor, you are not supposed to start conversing for that position. That is automatic disqualification. So that is it. When I received this university, one of the legacies I would like to be in this university is the academic culture. When you hear that our school of law is the best in the country, when you hear that our young school of medicine is ranked as among the best, as much as it's very young, by the medical board, it's because we have tried to do the right thing. We have promoted an academic culture in this university, which can be destroyed in a day. So, I appreciate the academicians who have engaged in this very rigorous academic assignment, and they have come up with this seminary of books. ENCHENGERIA is the dictionary. That book is the dictionary's seminario, because first and foremost, these people systematically, they have engaged the owners of the Kisii language and culture, the elders. Muse Nyamachi. Where are you again, Mr. Nyamachi? You know, you guys, this guy and Muse Araka here, Matundura, the chair of the Kisii Council of Elders, they are the custodians of the Kisii culture and language. And then you talk to them, they will tell you that they are very unhappy. The manner in which the Kisii culture, may it be language, may it be, morals, and many other aspects, how those values are disappearing very fast. In fact, as per the UNESCO classification, the Kisii language is classified as one of the highly endangered indigenous languages. It is predicted that in 30 years' time, the Kisii language will be dead. It will be as dead as the super language who are related to the Kisis. The reason is that we, the people, particularly the so-called educated Kisis, or the elites of Kisii, utaki mtutaka ongea Kisii. Kwa nyumba unamwambia, naongea hiyo lugha ya primitive, ongea Kizungu. Sitaki ongea hiyo lugha ya watu wachawi. Watana hizo vitu, watana kabisa. Hiyo ni lugha ya, the language is dying because we, the people who are supposed to promote the language, we are destroying it. The Luo language is not endangered. Similar to the Kikuyu language. Why? Most of the elites say of the Kikuyu. A good example is Ngui wa Thiongo. Top literary scholar. But Ngugi, for years now, he's been writing using which language? And those books are interpreted later translated to other languages. A typical Kenyan Gikuyu, at that time we were in the streets of London, we found people shouting in Gikuyu, talking in Gikuyu. Very proud of the word. Similar to the Luos. A Luo who is now an American citizen, if you visit them in their homes, their kids, the family is talking in the Luo. To the level that you get a Luo kid speaking fluent the Luo, the same kid now who is an American citizen, when he goes out, he speaks English language with that American accent. You can't even know that he's from Kenya. He speaks like Obama. He twangs. At the same time, going home, he speaks French. What about Kisii? We are going to speak the truth of this matter. This language, by the way, promoting these cultures is not being tribal. It is God who created these cultures. And by the way, all those cultures, now we are talking about these two books which are written on the Kisii people, concerning the Kisii people, but that's part of the broader realm or culture known as Kenya. The book of research on research is quite pertinent, particularly assisting young scholars on how to undertake research. The book on the issues of women land rights among the Kisii of Kenya talks on a very pertinent topic on land and how land was utilized, particularly from a gender perspective. Very interesting, and you may be surprised that over the years, as per the book when I read it, the women land rights in this part of the world, their land rights, the women have been increasingly marginalized over the years, as far as land rights are concerned. Before colonialism, the women were highly respected, and they were highly considered when it comes to issues of land. So, my dear audience, I'm sorry for talking all this, but I'm very happy here, quite excited. And once more, I really welcome you. Be patient with us for this very auspicious occasion, and I wish you very, very productive engagement. And the books are around. The gentleman here, Matunda, Dr. Matunda Njama, you may see him here. This guy for years was a professor, a senior professor in Canada, in the area of IT. But now he's back home, and he is the proprietor of Semia Publishers. And if you try to Google Semia Publishers, the book published there, multidisciplinary books, they are as academic and as scholarly as they come. We appreciate that. And there's somebody I forgot talking about, somebody known as, where are you, Joshua? Yeah, this young man is also very much an emerging scholar. Some of the works we have done, we have published with him. So, I've finished, and I'm sorry for the time I've taken. But, ladies and gentlemen, can we clap for all these others? Thank you very much. And I give the microphone back to who is the MC. Please.
Yeah, asante sana Professor. A hearty appreciation to Professor Kama. Everybody, 1, 2, 3. Again. Again, asante sana Professor for sharing with us, your experience and your wisdom. Yeah, we both deserve that. We need it. Also, our youngsters here need it, in equal measure. So we are indeed very grateful. Now, I would like to invite, there is a group here, our student university choir. Kindly, very briefly, wale wanafunzi wetu waimbaji, mmealikwa mtuburudishe very briefly. After these ones, I'll introduce and reintroduce heritage from Kisii County Government before we proceed to the orders who are here. Kwa hivyo wanafunzi wetu, I don't know if they need a few minutes. We shall very quickly reintroduce abagaka baito ba mwanyagetinge mwara korega sina our vice chancellor Professor Kama. So mwanyagetinge endo ujo tunyakundi inchunene ne group yeli yao, just very briefly, karibuni sana. From this we'll go to Kisii Council of Elders, umewaka Matundra Nero Murai, then we move to another group. Asanteni sana. Karibu ndugu George. Take over the microphone.
Bintu mwanyagetinge byamuri itongo mochochi yomo bateba itongo no kaya. Your Excellency, the President of this university, we are proud of you. For the time that you have been here, watu kuinje wanaongea vizuri juu yako. And as you exit, there are bigger spaces outside there. I've been a banker, senior currency analyst for 33 years in Central Bank of Kenya. Lakini nikafunga virago nikaingia kwa heritage team. Na ukiona hapa tuko na timu kali inaitwa Mwanyagetinge Heritage Council. Asa Marieta iwongoro kwa George Nyakundi omwana onelia magoma uswati bondeli Onyandonge na Jasi Nyakundi omurabu nsongo musito Michiro gatumbo lyose ukimonge abasweta bomukumbuka kabero ko kunyaboke omugusi mugongagira chikobi. Now very fast because of time, one MC amalieto katoko ba abagaka baito tuarandire. We are supporting our seekers of elders. They are the custodians. Tuna abantu bono boko bagoswa ebinyoro bosomia abantu baito ekebisi. I was cracking a joke, a serious joke. Na professor, as you exit abagaka bamatakira non-honorary degree ya IK Indigenous Knowledge. From my far left, the word Mutenelio Kisii County, a chairman Neretgaria Arentonango, ya Kisii County.
Biamuno. Abarai, Abanasawake, Mwanyagetinge Tongi Mojochi. Wagarobile. Amalieta Anani Wangoro kwa Joseph, Sakaria Miranga, Umeano Penato Ngweso na Juliana Mura, Iseo Tiniwake Runo Maturu, Abana Vajokoro ba Kiago, Mangese, naende Mangeso yo Munja, yo Mumurenda, Munano yo Munjari, Kuruarbo Munjari, Biamuno.
Biabono, a chairman Mwanyagetinge Kisii County, the wete a chairman Mwanyagetinge Heritage Council, Korwa Nyamira County, Mwakanaye, Hoteli Kamarita.
twito kurukwa utenyu ogendi na nyoriana ogendi noyo keire noyo nyabiru noyo mabi noyo matoke noyo mutagara ikerurira akabara ende noyo mabi noyo nomukira utakunyura kwa mache kuna mungu muyamule mwenzi ngasaba konye tuyigirire ekegusije tune kunyalikana ninjingania bagaka balia bande na morodega na bande baje bande binga egenteke na kekuru kweke gusije ga atia na kyakuru kwa ekegusije egenteke na kekuru kwa ekegusije neke na kekuru kwa ekegusije aya oyo oruteno bosibwana nabwateke ndogito mutuaye karabu na kikakuru kwa ekegusije sabita bakonya karaje domina netinga kigocha
Rumwako tendo agendie chingobi tubwate omogitutu kamili omogaka okorokwa Nicholas Bundusi nere nememba yejokorwa sub county ya Kitutu chache south believe etonengo
minto mwana getinga simwa kitana kiosi mwa tuchire ga igase gikaranseke mbigo otonga no gaya asa mali tango kuni Nicholas Bundusi garo yo mungare mukaya mumanyi barare bararo bongo barare bararo nyakundi uisera nyangore tabichi manyanta musweta bulimo kibuma mugusi inche onaru bitutu ya rore bitutu noti ali asako kunga monyerero monyerero ba nimbabolia engeche yeta monyerero ningi nichio bachia bongo chiare konyerere kano mugaka amenyete intwe naba gitutu omontontorerete no mukungu otokuru kunga abantu bo mukungu oinya gontuga mugo isero moneno bwate chijaruka chio kabaka kianda karanga chiombe chiane ngusire chire ogekoigotire onyagatenyu igotire yalibali igotire onyakoni igotire omobeo igotire chiombe chiane chiasirira karanga bono tigantu singa naje ngutikeka ndikuomanga wo muiseke narengo mogamo yali aza mubulinga umogaka niteke muiseke oliyo ni chiombo orange mugaka na chiri chindengo yate goramente na liyo mukungu oyo nganere nyaguntu arose tio boko ogesacha kokako genda kuchio akaimo kiritimo igo bugikungu umukungu akwimo kiritimo igo ndiacha kora to muswati ukurukunya komogori muswati wo mangu mukira na eroro seti umuntu ndokurukaba kitutu mwanya kundi mtuwa tokurukwa ugitutu enda yenjo na ende twatanga muntu arukunya kundi muno kulinga kundi na ende twatanga cyanya gontu kana mutuke bande cyate ni matoke soni kuna ngoge na ende twatanga intuwa mu bitutu intuto kweruka nganyangororo bara engichwa gatora abanyangore konto to getikuru nyangore aso ubenge umugano go mu bitutu nabore igo na ende twa igo to kumera no munyalibali twomera no mutokoro komo twomera no machoge omusamaro omorangi ase omusweta igo to kweruka nga osweto ngoge.
By the way, we are so proud of the academic excellence of this university and the books that you have written. I'm proud of you, Professor, our president of this university. You have done great. The next one, Nomogetutu Kurunyamira County, there no Mosemio is one of our Kisii professors, Kisii, a professor, Omwakawera, na one MC. You will say so moko karikumata I know that wakwani
abami ntombi amore njemo kaya nkurukwa no yo werande wera no yo nyabuto no yo mokaya no yo bosire no yo nyagontuga igoto minute nyagontuga nero mongino ibaba onyomere tia banyari bari bonse kambanane bangengete cya musiori baba nere ubanyomere tibonse pi na ndenye kumanyite igoro yo mumubea ontebirero abuna tuli gambo mubea lakini ni manyite bunanda abatebi igoro ya umubea nerogerete baba agacha kunyoma ekera nyoma uyu nyagontuga agacha gotonyora into abatukuru kwa abagitutu meaning yo mugetutu na agatutu agantara ke nyore ndirio mwamanyete nga kuku mwanu mintu kuku ochiti gasi kuku utana goje twata Ibrahim igo nyakundio iyo igabari tuna agatutu baba kera nyumeretie unyangora mangenga bamurabaye bonse pi ekyara aganyumba mintu tabwate bamura bono ekera nyumeria omuntu kurukumubea akamanya gotebana tari gocha mwababa nyagontuga kuriera bukumororo bwarwo bukubwaye bona akamanya kuburi burende tata nyokuyo gotebe bukuma botoru mwaye atarwete kyombe oya akarukyombe ukanyomera no bukima bwaye orie akama gotebana tindigo bukumu akarukwa umubere na otorega iga bono. What I can say, Vice Chancellor, I really admire your work. My son is working here, Dominic Boera Mukaya, as an IT officer here. First of all, I appreciate you with your community to uphold my last born son here. And I am very proud of it. When I associate with you, saying that my son is working in Kisii University. Is that a small title? And I have been a primary school teacher for the past 40 years. I went on retirement in 2006. I have loved the traditions of Wabagusi because I am Umugusi. I love where I have originated from, for example, Bogetutu clan. But what I want to put clearly to you today, Omogetutu, Omonyaribari, Omumachoke, akuna abantu bakurukwa bankuge ngogo musweta. Musweto ngoge. Our emblem, traditional emblem, ngoge. That is the reason why some of us are called Ngoge. So, I have the MC here. He has mentioned the Ngoge, Richard Kibageni, who was the Secretary General in KNUT, and moved to National Treasury, and they retired from there. So, but Musaiga Sivirione, Vice Chancellor said very many good things. Within here, Kisii, within Kenya, Nguiwa, and then abroad. We are very proud, for example, at independence, I was young. The first member of parliament from Gusii, George Lawrence Sagini, we were singing, Kare Kare, Sagini Atara Iborwa, Wagusi Ibare Kulira, Mingova Chiko. Sagini went to Rechiko. Are we not proud of it? And we are today in easy. Oh. I am an orator. I can speak even in a full year without a stop. But let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Our self ukiwapatia time, they will talk and talk and talk, and they will talk nice things. So mpigie makofi. Huyu wa mwisho ni ndugu yetu kutoka Bonchari sub county, umwaka Nyamao. Injungu naye kwani abantu bakwani ogo mwenge kabisa.
Mwanya letinge mwezi itongo mochochi. Nchisa malieta ilieta Nyamao. Nyamao mamuacha. Mamuacho Nyabaro. Nyabaro mamuacha. Mamuacho Sabo Yugo. Kurwe sema ya Bonchari. Bonchari umache. talikuwa utakuwa tikuwa tara utaro tukuwezi toko sewanga intwe tulikuwa oisiba baliete mulende bakateba ntino tulisigo tukonya gota toko tenga banjali n'abantu bandu bonsi gatobe amoiga biamona se twaikire gaserero tukuboterani tukeriga biamona sana.
Thank you so much. Again, thank you. Just one thing, two things. We are proud of to be associated with the university and the invitation. Number two, Buna Mwanyagetinge Heritage Council tumeanza a resource center huko Manga, cultural center and an animal sanctuary. Tulisikia mnafanya research hapa. We have all those things and we need your support. Abaka wants be koruchingo ngojonsi ya Kisii no bali members, and we are serious in educating our people. We are going to schools from the grassroots to secondary schools teaching about our heritage. So manga mugoja mangalia duanyore bisu bibere bitatu jingendanse amarubi nyama tonto na aroro nyamungento tuabeka the first museum in this region. The second after Kisumu, we have an animal sanctuary and an heritage center. So we need your support. The last thing is that we are proud and we thank you so much for recognizing us. It's not as such, but to recognize we are humbled. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we are also happy to be associated with you because as a source of knowledge, we thank you and we hope that our researchers will be working with you as days go by. Now, let me take this opportunity to recognize our county secretary who will stand in for our guest of honor, His Excellency Honorable Simba Arati, our brother James Intabo karibu sana, and your group from the county, Dr. Isaya, Dr. Mbabana wengine. Yeah, you'll have a chance to grace the occasion later. Now, very quickly, our choir. Karibuni mtuburudishe. Wanaokuja sasa hivi ni the Kisii University group or choir rather. Karibuni sana vijana wetu. Abantu baminto ibuna ikamore. Umuntu wito no muya. Abana bali wetu gabakanyagocha. Ntore no mawako manene sabagani wetu kubali gani gocha iga. Na baadaye bakora batera. Ndo recognize mugaka mugaka nyamache alafu no mugaka maoto nyamoko. Feel at home. Karibuni Kisii University Choir.
Our guests, ladies and gentlemen, Kisii University Choir, we are going to entertain you with a song from Gabon, Lumbu language. We are here for talking about our first language, promoting our first language or our indigenous language. We are now promoting the Gabon indigenous language, Lumbu language, a song performed by Oliver Ngoma saying, Adia. Oliver Ngoma is saying that, Adia, you are the sweetheart of my heart. You are the only one. I love you, Adia. Welcome.
Ange you, mon ami, bébé, tu sais moi, je suis c'est toi, pour la vie.
Asanteni sana vijana wetu wa kwaya kwa kututumbuiza. Yeah, thank you very kindly. Next, just for 1 minute, kuna binti yetu hapa ambaye anaitwa Mongina Nyansera. Ni binti yetu ambaye yuko shule ya msingi. Yuko secondary, sorry. Shule ya secondary. Nabwadeke Kisii egese rabuna koru kunyansera ako chigototeli just in a minute. Kwa hivyo wageni wetu tunawaomba muego kie, yani tufurahie. Enjoy yourselves.
Abasike chinkomonta churubungurwa Kisii. Abatata, abababa, chisokoro cyane, abamito, banyagetinge kuruchintana chionzi. Nabakwanira imwenzi mbuyamore nende. Ninde no mochengo asenkoro yane kororari sangweri yachireko bakirori ase okobwatu kwakwe Enchengeria yeke Kisii. Nchenkoro kwa Mongina nyatichi Nyansera. Baba mboyani kemuntu no buo mworo kya omosa woyunge korwa mabiria iga nyaribari chache. Tata Nyansera ogundo mentenge Otieno Nyamari omochache eya masige omobasigori. Tata nende nabakoroku omworoki aruya uogenche erieta lyabo minagome kurwa nyanderema nyabuta mwaboto magokoro nyambesa kemuntu bontiri ogiobokana noarega magokoni nababokire mono abariki b'Enchengeria gochakera enkong'onta y'omuchi oyo Profesa Sorana Kama Nyabongo Gesura Mecha omworoki otata tata Nyabongo Nyansero Otieno n'omworokia Nyamache Getenga asokorike gitabu eke okubwaterana n'abande buna Nyabongo Abeli Nyabongo Omwansa Magera Nyabongo Matunda Nyamache Nchendo Chenga Umugaka Getenga ewe gutwa buna Nyabongo Honorary Doctor we University yeyeto ya Usimu Wakono nababakire monobo igo abagoturu baribo kwegera asegetabu kyabo abatureti buna sereti magara torori nyakemwa omongino masire sokoro nyangena omagwa omweri angwenyi mainye kururia mogera atemba mokaya mumanyi mogaka getumwa Sorana Kama okemwa n'abande barikira amangana y'abagusiko toseme bote onasemi asemi omwabo nenche nindigetie mbe omworokia nyegere ebigori bigocha ekegusi akina abasoroire mwensi twegere na kwegerera chingencho cha monyegetingi na mono ito abande bigori bwane n'abande abakebu n'abaisi baminto mbamanye tikegusi kaki twegerie erinde tosirigwa n'amangana akorwa amaiko na mono ayabarumbasi bigori byane byotekire chinkobogeka mbali watanana abantu bamatati na wegetinge mutatokonye tinwe rirolyo amangana ayamayara bibune mburego tuyakora yasira binto ntigera gatigero mosesenigwe ase mugotacha bogororoke mochikare bune sameta ya seitogo basi eteneine bune nchage nemanga yabobetu asenda yechogu asetwensito agwete mbuya mono
mbuya mono sana. Unasemaje kwa binti yetu mwakene chingo binaende mbuya mono kelima na kutoka netia abana baitu bamanye omuntu wito iga egere na baroba somie abachukuru baitu omuntu wito tosira kuna Profesa Kama teba that years tari menge that years ni kufumba na kufumbua. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru sana kwa binti yetu. Now I would like to recognize the presence of the men and the women of the cloth. Tutawapa fursa later mwa kwebi cha mtu aiga. So straight away, I would like to move to a very important session. Eduguya ito Evans Nyamwaka. Very briefly, followed by George Nyandoro and Omogaka Sereti. Janaitwa Stanley. Daktari, karibu sana.
Guest of honor, sir, our Vice Chancellor, invited guests, others, my colleagues. In front is Dr. Evans Nyamwaka from the School of Arts and Social Sciences. I teach history. I'm here to discuss about a book titled a historical and cultural analysis of women land rights in Kisii County, Kenya, 1895 to 1970. The authors of this book, which is here, are Dr. Marion K. Onyambu, Professor Nicholas Makana, Dr. Priska Tanui. About the book. Now, this book presents a historical and cultural analysis of gender relations in the colonial and early colonial period of the Upper Kisii in relation to land. Now, historians, they have one thing in common. They have a starting point and a terminal point. Now, as far as this work is concerned, the starting point is 1895, and the terminal point is 1970. For historians, these landmarks have got some historical significance. The authors deliberately chose to start from 1895 because this was the period when the Europeans took over to colonize Kenya. Colonization started way back in 1885, but for 10 years, the British did not have the capacity to run the country, so they entrusted leadership to the company known as British East African Company. So in the year 1895, that is when the British took over from the company, and from that time they controlled Kenya. Now, the year 1970 has been taken as a terminal point because this was the climax of two important events: Kenya's agrarian revolution and a Swinnerton plan, which was an elaborate program by the Europeans. They deliberately chose to terminate at 1970 because we are told that the dancer, a good dancer, leaves the stage when the crowds are high. So 1970 was a very important year because that was the climax of Kenya's agrarian revolution. This book covers very important epochs in Kenyan history. The year between 1895 to 1914, it is called the early colonial period. The year between 1914 and 1918 is called the First World War period. The year between 1919 and 1939 is historically known as interwar period. Then the year between 1939 to 1945 is the Second World War period. The period after, 1945 to 1960, is called post-war period. And the period between 1960 and 1970, according to the authors, is the early colonial period. So this book articulately captures all the developments that were taking place in Kisii as far as women's land rights were concerned. Now, what about the book? This book falls under a section in history which we refer to as gender relations in history. And the author specifically chose the Upper Kisii as a representative of what was happening elsewhere in Africa. So the authors deliberately took the Kisii as an example, as a case scenario, to give us an idea of what was happening as far as land rights are concerned elsewhere in Africa. Now, throughout history, land in Kisii has been an emotive resource. The Upper Kisii call it endemero. So when you talk about the land in Kisii, people know what you are talking about. So it is a motivation. Women were interested in land because it was a source of livelihood. It was a source of food security. It was a source of economic empowerment. That's why the women were fighting also to have a share in this important resource. But the others have said that this has not been the case. And throughout history, women have always been discriminated upon in issues to do with land ownership and other resources. Now, one thing which you know about Kisii, due to fertility of the land, you see we are present, due to fertility of the land, there is availability of food resources. And therefore, population has been growing exponentially. The rate at which population grows does not keep pace with land resource. That's why we have land fragmentation, we have land cases in Kisii land. All these issues are captured in this book. Kisii women throughout history have had a motivation of owning land due to nutritional, food security, and economic value which is attached to land. Now, the authors of this book have articulated clearly all these issues. And they have been saying, or rather they have said that women have been discriminated or marginalized as far as land ownership, land use, and control is concerned. No wonder. You see, because the population has been growing in Kisii, no wonder many Kisii kinsmen have migrated to other parts of the country. If you go to any part of the country, you find Kisii. This is because land in Kisii is very scarce. And this explains this. Now, this book is a culmination of a research which was carried out in Kisii County by the researchers. So it is based on accurate accounts of what came from the field. And the researchers had 3 questions in mind when they were going to the field. 1, what was the relationship between pre-colonial land tenure systems and the gender relations, that is before the coming of the Europeans? 2, they wanted to look at the effects of colonial policies, how they affected the Kisii in their land ownership. 3rd, they wanted to know the major gender rights in Kisii land in relation to land ownership. Those are the 3 things which motivated them to go to the field. Now, methodology. You see, in history, we emphasize much on methodology. So we cannot, if the methods are not clear, we cannot take ourselves to be credible. Now, let's look at the methodology. This study adopted historical research design and was carried out in Kisii County. The study targeted elderly and knowledgeable people who are thought to be the custodians of issues to do with land. So we can say that this book is a culmination of facts that came from the field. And that they employed some 2 theories, that is agency and property rights theory. So when you are carrying out research, you don't operate from blues. You must be guided by some theoretical framework. So they did this very well. The book draws from sources which are both primary and secondary sources. And these sources, they are credible. When you look at the sources, you interrogate the sources, sources from the Kenya National Archives, the sources from field interviews. These are sources which are credible. And therefore, we can say that the researchers did some good work, and whatever is presented here is a true account of a reflection of what happened during this period of reverence. Now, more so, let's look at the findings. Now, the study established that the dynamics of societal organization permitted women greater security to land rights. Our Vice Chancellor said that before the coming of the Europeans, you see the Kisii women were having rights. They were having the rights to control, enjoy, and actually produce. They were producers and processors of food. So there was food security. During the colonial period and the post-colonial period, there came land reforms and policies that were introduced, which tended to discriminate women from access control of land. and that is where the range started beating women. Further, consolidation of capitalism. Capitalism continuously escalated marginalization and vulnerability of Wusi women in matters related to land rights and economic independence. Now, the authors have indicated that in Wusiland, as it is the case elsewhere, women experienced gender inequalities in access, control, and utilization of land. Now, the study came into conclusion that Wusi women have not lost hope. They are still positive and responsive through adaptation of some survival strategies. They have not lost hope. If you look at the Constitution, 2010 Constitution, it gives women some kind of hope. And we have both national and international organizations which have come out to empower women. So our Wusi women have not lost hope. They still hope that things will work. What is the significance of this book? This book will be of interest to researchers and the general readership who may wish to understand the journey that the Wusi women have walked through as far as land rights are concerned. So it is Wusi County is used as a case study to represent the entire women who live in Wusiland, which include both Nyamira and Kisii County. More from the book. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyamwaka, for that exposition. The second discussant is Dr. Nyandoro. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Thank you very much. George Obara.
Thank you very much. I'm George Obara Nyandoro, the guest of honor, sir, our Vice Chancellor, colleagues who are in the hall today, the authors, distinguished authors of this text that we're discussing today. I'm very pleased to be one of the discussants of one of the texts. But before I engage in this discussion, allow me to truly appreciate the conveners of today. I want to appreciate the Wazee who are here and the great knowledge that they have shared with me. As I sat there, I was asking myself, Jinobara, Waro Nyandoro, Nyandoro Nyabwali, Nyabwali Nyakina, Nyakino Wamokonga, Nikifika Peneshiam. So I want to think that I have been challenged enough to go back and try and see whether I can trace my roots a little better than I do now. I also want to appreciate Peter. I want to think that was your daughter. That is really good parenting. That's really good parenting. And I want to appreciate that that girl. She did very well. She's on the right trajectory. I'm afraid that my daughters only know Kiswahili. That's very embarrassing. I think I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to do something about it, Peter. That's a big challenge. Now, I'm here to make some brief comment on this text, which has been written by John S. Akama, Peter Mose, Evelyn Mose, and Margaret Barasa. And I want to say that this text is an important output, especially so because as a director and board of postgraduate, I have mulled over this question for a while. We do have books on research, but I have not seen, especially for our students in this part of the world, I have not seen a text that speaks to the kind of concerns that these publishers, these authors have addressed. And I want to speak to the 5 concerns I think that they have tried to engage in. The first concern, in my view,
they are concerned with the question of production of knowledge. How is knowledge produced in this part of the world, in the southern hemisphere, as opposed to the northern hemisphere, for instance? How is it then disseminated? How is it, circulated, if you choose? How is it archived? How is it, after it has been archived, how is it retrieved for use? And once it has been retrieved, how is it then further circulated for consumption? And I want to think that if you go through this text, you'll come across very interesting frameworks that they have addressed in the manner in which knowledge can be produced, disseminated, archived, retrieved, and circulated again. Because that is what we call as the circulation of social energy. That it starts from production, it goes through circulation, and then it has to go through those stages until it is circulated again for use. The second thing that I think that the authors were interested in was the question of the credibility of this knowledge. And they tried to address themselves to the question of what are the credible processes, what are the credible procedures that this knowledge must go through so that it is not knowledge that is worthless, but knowledge that contributes or speaks to society, either theoretically, conceptually, or in terms of policy. So they address themselves to various kinds of credible processes that you need to have when you produce that knowledge to ensure that that knowledge is meaningful. The next point I think that they try to look at is they ask themselves the question, what are the credible spaces for this knowledge engagement? And I think that Dr. Kenana spoke to that earlier on about the question of where do you publish? And this debate has been there for a while. Because at some point, African or guys in the African Academy felt frustrated, and they asked themselves, is knowledge spaces only credible in the Northern Hemisphere? I'm very happy that they do suggest certain credible spaces within the Southern Hemisphere, which you could probably interact with if you wanted to be a knowledge producer. The next point they deal with, of course, then are the frameworks and methodologies of knowledge production and circulation. Whether we talk about the writing process itself, whether we talk about the preparation of a manuscript, whether we are talking about the question of publishing, whether we talk about the question of peer review, what does the peer review process, for instance, entail? Who qualifies to be a peer reviewer? And what does he do? And how does his input, support the knowledge production? I would like to think, therefore, that as Professor said earlier when he was here, the institution of the academy deals with a different kind of intellectual. As a matter of fact, I must admit that broadly speaking, an intellectual, as one time Al-Bazrui told us, is a person who is interested with ideas and tries to experiment with them. But the institution of the academy goes a little further. It creates an intellectual who is called a scholar. A scholar is a slightly different kind of intellectual, a more narrow sense of understanding an intellectual. And I think, as Professor told us, if you are at the university and you are not interested in research, you are not interested in publication, you are not interested in knowledge, then quite frankly, the place you should be is outside the university, watching the university from outside the gates. I want to stop there. Thank you very much.
Asante sana kaka yangu Nyandoro. Tupige makofi tena. Yeah, thank you for that erudite presentation. Yeah, we are grateful listening to you. Now, baba yetu Omogaka Stanley Sereti. Karibu sana. Huyu ni baba yetu, mpige makofi anapoingia kuongea nasi. Karibu sana mama.
Hamjamoni nyote. I'm changing the subject. Ninataka wazee wale wanipate. Wazee walitoka nyumbani. Na vijana najua wana ile hali ya kushika Kiswahili, Kiingereza na yote yale ambayo yaliyomo. Kwa hivyo nitakuwa nikizungumzia juu ya Enchengeria. Enchengeria is a good Kisii dictionary. Kisii dictionary imeandikwa ama kitabu hiki kimeandikwa na wasomi wafuatao: Joni Sorana Akama, Evan Sigesure, Necha, Peter Nyansera Utieno, and Peter Nyamwache Getenga. Nimeambiwa ya kwamba Getenga ni huyu mzee ambaye ametoka huko nyumbani na amekuja kuandika hii Enchengeria. Enchengeria nilipata Enchengeria mwaka wa 82 nikiwa nikifunza hapa Kereri. Huo ndio wakati nilisikia juu ya Enchengeria. Yule ambaye alikuja kuniambia juu ya Enchengeria alikuwa na nia ya kuandika nini? Enchengeria. Lakini alikuwa na nyingine ambayo alikuwa anasema ni Enchengeria ama ni Endabasia. Alikuwa na ngapi? Kwa hivyo alikuwa bado hajaandika, lakini alikuwa ameanza kuniuliza nimsaidie kuandika nini? Enchengeria. Bahati mbaya akaaga. So Enchengeria yetu ikaishia hapo. Sijui kama alikuwa manuscript wapi mpaka sasa sijui. Kwa hivyo hii Enchengeria nimeingia ndani kidogo, hata ingawa si cha Perusi, sijaingia sana, lakini nimeona ya kwamba waandishi wamepata ujuzi wa kutosha. Kwa nini nasema wamepata ujuzi wa kutosha wa kuandika? Nilipoangalia maelezo ambayo wametoa kwa maneno ya Kisii, wale ambao tunajua ama tunafahamu jinsi ya kuongea Kisii na kufahamu maana ya Kisii, mimi nimetosheka. Kwanza sikuwaambia ya kwamba mimi ni mmoja wa wale wanaopigania Kisii. Miaka 15 imepita tulianzisha kupigania Kisii. Kupigania vipi? Tunapigania kwa sababu kama vile profesa alisema Kisii karibu kianze kufanya nini? Kutoroka. Sisi tukaform an association known as Okwengerera Kisii. Kwa Okwengerera Kisii kusema ya kwamba sio tunakuwa na panga ama na mishale na nini, hapana. Kuandika nini? Vitabu. Kuandika mambo yale ambayo yanaweza kusaidia Kisii. Kabla sijaingia hapo, hebu niseme vile nilikuwa nikisema ya kwamba hiki kitabu Enchengeria, hata ingawa sijasema ama nianze kuorodesha maana ya Enchengeria, lakini waandishi wenyewe wanajua maana ya Enchengeria. Kwangu ninasema ya kwamba Enchengeria ni kile kitu ambacho kimewekwa wazi, kinaonyesha vile mambo yalivyo. Vile mambo yalivyo hapa ni vile maneno ya Kikisii yametumika, vile yameelezwa na yamejitokeza. Hiyo ndio imeonyeshwa hapa. Ningependa kusunguzia kisehemu kidogo etoigo. Wamesunguzia neno etoigo, na nataka nisome ile wameandika. Ebura ebuchu buna elia ya tuete ekero kianu. Bwana wamekwambia ebura ebuchu vile ilionyesha wakati gani? Wakati wa Nuhu. Hawa ni waandishi ambao wanajua mbali na karibu. Bwana, hiyo ni kusema ya kwamba yule msomaji wa Enchengeria atatosheka. Kwanza mimi kama umwegeremike nimetosheka. Nyingine obomondo emegere yebitinya na obonoru asebiboti omontae nabyo. Hiyo ndio obomondo. Mimi sina obomondo, mimi sina, lakini kuna wengi wanao. Kwa hivyo unaposoma tu unapata ile maana. Hiyo ndio tunasema Enchengeria imefaulu. Hii Enchengeria imefaulu. Niangalie nyingine, sitaki kuwachosha na maneno, lakini nataka kuonyesha tofauti. Nisiseme mawili mufikirie ya kwamba hiyo ndio tu. Biblia, sijui ni wangapi wanajua Biblia. Wale wameunua wanajua. Hebu nione Biblia, unaona hata nusu hawafiki. Ligina na maara. Hata maara sijui kama ni wangapi wanajua maara. Amanene iko lewobori wosebituma. Si unaona wametoa mfano kuonyesha kwamba wanajua maana. Hiyo ndio shabaha ya nini? Enchengeria. Enchengeria huwezi kuandika Enchengeria na isitoe maana. Isitoe maana. La mwisho sarota. Wangapi wanajua maana ya sarota? Hakuna. Kwa hiyo ni waandishi tu, wale ambao wameandika ndio wanajua maana ya sarota. Hata mimi ni mgeni. Niwaambie, omozato kwerera na kolera bweka okogania arorerwa mabera akusama bebe ase kinga kichos. Yeye huyu hataki kufanya chochote, anataka akae afanyiwe nini? Ruma. Afanyiwe kila kitu. Afanyiwe kila kitu. Sasa tukiwa na wanaume wa aina hii nchi yetu itaenda wapi? Haitaendelea, haiwezi endelea. Kwa hivyo hayo ndio machache niliangalia, nikaona ya kwamba hiki kitabu Enchengeria. Mimi nimekuwa tafaidika kuandika mambo yangu ya Okoyera nini Kisii. Na ninajua kuna wengine ambao watakitumia kufanya nini? Wafaidike. Sijui kama ninaangalia tena, nimeona ya kwamba wale ambao watafaidika kwa uandishi wa kitabu chenyewe ni waandishi wote wale ambao wataandika kwa Kisii. Wale wataandika kwa Kisii watatumia nini? Enchengeria. Kwa hivyo soko yenu waandishi imeanza sasa. Wale wote wataandika mambo ya elimu vile watatumia nini? Enchengeria. Wale wote watasoma Kisii watatumia nini? Enchengeria. Na wale ambao watakuwa wanatafiti mambo yao hapa na pale juu ya Kisii watatumia nini? Enchengeria. Kwa hiyo Enchengeria mimi naona ya kwamba mmepata nini? Soko tayari. Soko limepatikana tayari. Kwa hiyo mimi ninaona ya kwamba tutaendelea hivyo. Hata wale wazee nilisema ya kwamba siwezi kuzungumza kwa Kiingereza wasisikie wasinipate, ni kwamba wao vile wanafikiria kumbe hiki ndicho kitabu ambacho kinatulenga. Hiyo ndio sababu tumeitwa hapa. Ni kweli. Chukua soma, kwa sababu kimeandikwa kwa Kisii na kimeelezwa kwa Kisii. Sasa ni nani hata nunua? Ni nani hata nunua? Hata sijajua bei, lakini utatuambia. Kwa hivyo mimi nadhani ya kwamba kila mmoja atanunua Enchengeria. Na pale katikati huko kuna mwenzetu Wanobino, nataka nataka utusaidie kidogo tu. Huyu nimemsimamisha, tumefunza naye hapa shule ya Kisii. Mimi nikatoka nikaenda kidogo na nikastaabu na nikamwacha akiwa huko. Ninasema mungejua wakati mlikuwa mnaandika nini Enchengeria. Huyu ni Enchengeria wa nyimbo. Huyu Obino kuja mbele wako. Kuja. Nataka uonyeshe kwamba wewe ni Enchengeria wa nyimbo. Emeino. Mnajua emeino? Mnajua emeino? Sasa sijui ni gani utafikiria utoe ili wajue ya kwamba wewe ni Enchengeria yemeino. Yaani Enchengeria means huyu anajua kufafanua emeino. Anajua kuifafanua na kuimba. Tuko karibu kuandika emeino na nyimbo. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio sababu nimemuuliza tuwatie sijui kule utakuwa karibu.
Buyamole. Enchenge narukie meino. Tuasali amatera ito na intwe. Akati alinde kwanira sinini. Otera ngwena sindikizo mwana untera rangu. Togende. Sindikiza mwana wa moyo. Olo chirende una mwagita sito. Musita ari otera. Omongino yole koro kutindigiti. Igabwato mugako yo kuruku mwoyo. Bakababai omwencheri no muinanti oye. Kibanja noyo maga chakagenda. Ekeragenda bagaka bakwenda bwangu muko mwoya akagenda tindigiti akatigara. Akarikia bairi be chombe makabe kichiko beta chiko be kaboiri ncheri gututwaigama. Akanya kogenda wagenda iriani ogenda masongo ogenda su kirasi akabengero ekerabengero agaterwa tindigityo kale ku moyo osiririo mogaka moyetaro anagotara tindigiti ngaibona rure ere bunanga kwani ndumukwa nago tindikoyo Ibonarure, erebonanga, tindigiti okale kwa moyo, osiririo moga, omoetaro, anagotara, tindigiti, rule iriani, erebonanga, tindigiti, ocha masongo, erebonanga, tindigiti, kororo moiri, erebonanga, tindigiti, omoiri, bemombe, erebonanga, tindigiti, tindigiti okale kwa moyo esiririo moga moroche yendo nasiri nabagaka abandi mwasali muganda nabaego siniki osenya yani mwasali mwaturutumbireke busi ekejacha tikola bagarinde twatana ekedege sangi kia. There is a philosophy in a chant which is a poem ndeke busi. This is one of Egesangi to actually to ignorant. Omogisangi akorekeke, eke nyabundi, eke akemoki, ake gorekagena, akagena kangoko, kagena kwa kaimoki, aka gorekaburi, kaburi akwa kaimoki, aka gore ngombe utariuru. Ngombe yoni moke, ani ule monto, monta ibora bana, abani birachoki mbiagi tomochi. Como songa chaka manyagadena, kosari ngi tingangate biaka nyaro kangari ngumberi ga kwea, makutamangi ga gorire ngobeke tocho kaya. Kaya o karumba selina utikambacha waitire ikani kabeza omwana olya nyamono mubaliri wakire ebicha mabwana koroche ngwetale waitire osibulu siona magala tataro magonga karamagina bya chake nkobeko nenda nekoli nje baba nebire ko batebya mora ukale ndondo bunyandondo owa
Mumesikia? Yeye ni enjengeria ama si enjengeria? Hicho ni kionjo tu. Hicho ni kionjo. Tumeanza kuandika na kuimba. Tumeanza kuandika na kufanya nini? Na kuimba. Hiyo itatoka. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema hivi. Hawa waandishi wametuleta nyumbani. Kazi sasa ndio imeanza. Bila mlisema ya kwamba Kisii kitakomea mbali, hakitakoma sasa. Kimeanza kurudi. Enchengeria ndio imekurudisha. Wale ambao walikuwa wanaogopa hapa na pale sasa watainuka, waanze kufanya kazi vilivyo. Kwa hiyo kwangu nawapa heko wale ambao ni waandishi, nawapa heko kwa sababu umeturahisishia kazi. Tutaandika bila shida, tutaandika bila shida. Nataka kuwapa kisehemu kimoja tu cha ekebusi. Wengine wende kawa wana ufahamu wa hiyo, niwafunulie kidogo. Sisi tulianza niliwaambia, tulianza kufanya research yetu tulianza kufanya miaka 15 imepita, na tumepata mambo mengi, na hiyo ndio sababu tumeanza kuandika. Sasa kuna yale mambo ambayo ni ya muhimu katika lugha. Mimi nimekuwa mwalimu wa lugha kwa muda wa miaka karibu 30, na ninajua visehemu vile ambavyo ni vya muhimu. Moja wapo ni vowels. Vowels, wale ambao wanajua Kisii, vowels. Namuona mmoja wawili. Chingatoki. Vowels ni Kisii ni chingatoki. Kwa njia nyingine nilisema ya kwamba usipokuwa na chingatoki hakuna maneno tatabuka. Hakuna maneno. Haya basi. Consonants. Nani wanajua Kisii? Consonants. Naona mmoja huko wawili. Ama mumu. Consonants ni ama mumu. Linatoka kwa lile neno la di mama. Di mama means cannot be able to speak. Ama hawezi tamka maneno yoyote. Alafu mwisho alphabets. Hakuna hata mmoja. Chingamumu. Hivyo nimalizie hapo, na nimesema ya kwamba sasa Kisii kimeamuka, na tunakiamusha kwa njia nyingi, kusema, kuimba. Kama nilivyosema, Obino atafunua mambo ya kuimba, na mambo mengine yatafunuliwa na wengine. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana mwaka sereti ase ogosangana intwe kisemi chiao toa kerambi ya mwana sana mwakele chingo binaende. Okay, thank you so much for sharing with us. That's what essentially you're saying for those of us who aren't privy to what we are communicating in Kisii. Sasa tunaomba kijana wetu Sharubaru, kijana wetu machachari Mombinya 2 minutes. Atokurudisha iga kidogo. Mombinya is one of the greatest artists from our region, yani Kisii region, the 2 counties, both. Igo abana bali mutao maitiko chijumalia, kijana mwenzenu ndiye huyu. Karibu sana Mombinya.
DJ Tendikasi.
Ajana
nangu kwana kuja kolirindiri nangu tera kuja kolirindiri na leire ndegi kubuge kwengori unje bugi boire kolide gotengai baba intumo kusingi yato intumo kusingi yato intumo kusingi yato tigatwaga jetate saigaya itaba murantu bwate bajite nyangi baba baba ejo ejo Nenda igura And thank you so much. This is thank you.
Asante sana Mubinya, asegasiye bia. Nyuma Professor kama ataracha correspond before the Vice Chancellor comes over here to respond as one of the others, kindly mzee wetu Maoto Nyamoko mchunayo kwa neganto kama iga entertain ole Waka Nyamoko is among the prominent personalities from our community. Karibu sana Mugaga.
Bia mwana siliva Mugaga matundra na wele no mogoko iganda abamanyia na rota kitali ali okuboli kana era chikomanya one gokumanyia abantu professor tokulira sino kakaruetu igaya tumanyiti bantu bunokuru bunande yankuru kusapso ni mautu kumwana nyamoko musito nyamoko musito ukido musito diana musito kirali musito utindi tindo yogalengi musito sukomunu moyo kubwa chali monchali umache chiba chikukenu yora itengu butawitira kisiri kisakwache mindakuna ayo mache nekisakwa kuna nya kituka kyabuche kyalira maninga kyo matobukale nyungu enyeru yanyagenke ekeuyani kyabu machonge uswitunguki onaretu muswita umwabo mugetutu umwabo nyadibali mu machonge boli nawe no mo koro professor tena koro lile mo koro samaliko tena lenga alibucha county council chairman go bolio bolemu tani ngatandara ko bolemu ndetere university of ukarenta njendoro chena anega ko bolemu nyangweta chieka ta no bonde komi esoso center oligereria ali minateri Samson not the silent. One more no way university. I am the tar, ENCHENGERIA. ENCHENGERIA in the man. Ah, in the bus. ENCHENGERIA in the bus. Tibuno usi kwegere keusi changa ekurusi utamanya uja ogoraki komanya ekobeke atalani omanya kelyuta karataki utamanya mwaka matundu ali aroga changere na manya tukie nero na gorni ngaki mwikweta changere no korukomanya korutamanya kujigobaraki komanya na kele koboko kele na range tu bali mu arenge gushiaria mwaga matundura usabiro uru masucha bante bakumetinga kayo yaba usabike gusige kaya na royo usabeta aria ukurukumu bakanyamoko na nekele nyasala toiwa na toikanasta ali no mwaka mintomo nene bwe dini mwaskofu tukajikirie nyama kwa ya jandire nse kwani mwigwete ngotabarige tina nyama makanabo po kwa yeruta marabadiko nyama ya taraki atutalia yanda eta igonta igota yumwako yaka kina kiki uko kiande kama wono kwanyolire libaga kugochaka totika ke sakukitu kia mugusigia osu dogende kokwana menogeta leki yeito tobekamo Kwego yo minto jakire mosia mkuru moinani. Tobe kamo torosi asanene. Ege sarate kenane kyomo usi. Kebuata nyos. Bili naga nini we. Ege kisakulito. Ngea oswa. Titoni bako mwaka matundura. Nonya mani baosi. Mugusiga tebe ngaba muatika ile bakke mugusiya karengani. Akatebanga sere gesinsi tuoni inyera. Ngonya karole gesinsi tuoni. Aga sinsi aga tuoni so karora. Bigo kalingete na ande bange kalinga uchiara. Uchigo. Nkiga kugera nkuweka akama nege sinsi tuoni. Ngonya korora aga sinsia kwetuoni monya mere ndorobani yake nkali aga sini ni sana karaeta esogis kagende aga tare kagende se moya so karume ngandi nora tene sana yara dawa nora tene usanga sako kokadia kanyere rekatire ga kenandi no tene na Naba provesa, ukaga na kusubikia ke sinsi, ama kuina na seki. Aya ne sinsi to. To be calm. To jina mariko. Neme no. Ila rusi sa kugito roche. Ekerentega ngusira kire. To sakire dibo. Tigaba ngana nini mugaka matundu. Tigaba no mugusiacha yakuni. Tigaba no mugusiacha hamo. Oje ne bitabo bongo kukira. Torito. Tokanga na bole ya. Wango mono. Nje na acha angu sabiro bomo kutamu. Ande na ayo kusabanga rero kimbege tiyanga jirikia nje amere. Bana ngujira mora TV na kiango tinchi begetira lakini kitole no mwaka matundura na baga bagusi na obara ina ari gusaba gwa heshima nene mono mwaka oyate nena tumurambure roko boko na gugu gimo botaka anu mache maya ya komara kiaro tuno wetu wagusi dota manyetero gochikomanya professor tuwa utene to gosese Nangoro akobo mobo tambe. Nara no musati no ne mandera nara. Tua mwaka mandera. Tua ora sokuira ni bageni. Ntoko wa usatuta mutiretia kaewe kie kenene. Kaewe kie kenene mwaka matundura nora. Ngwanja mole tomo ganeko mabota. Anya ko boto na komoro. Na kaya era. Una manga na samet. Ama yana ko ruasa.
The name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Lord, our Father, we ask you in a special way. You appointed your leaders, Moses and Aaron, to lead your people through the desert. But you gave them a written law on a rock. May you bless our brother Akama and his family, and bless those who have also contributed to this writing that is enshrined with a gift of intelligence, the gift of wisdom, that our community may begin to understand, to take new direction, to go from oral to writing. Lord, bless the Vice Chancellor. Now that he is come is almost at an end. That we may realize that the end of this session is the beginning of another endeavor. Give him the gift of good health, the gift of a good family, you bless his children, his wife, and the next step in life, may he do more than he did here. He has enlightened our community through knowledge as a leader in education at the high level in this region. And good Lord, in mercy, always light. And as he lives here, bless this institution, and those who come may have value-driven choice, and will serve the community with a better hearts. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Tuakoire merembe. Omo heri ogonare gukura biamono sigisikanieri. Gonare gukura ngwatevinga abamito. Na rura ne challenge konyata manyetinga kumbe kisemi kyobongo. Kisemi kyokworoke buwe kirasi kikia na atiro bongo. Iko chikuete ncho wiwati mbara. Chinguru chichikuete noni chistima. Ikiagira jira akora mange, ikilikuwa manyi. Takikia waiseki. Na waiseki mbakai. Toka toyebantu na waiseki bange. Ngatiri mboka kuchi. Gisirukia nyamwa akunyuri meko yena kuma arausikiri jana kia na kia. Kichigo chakara ngaki achiri chakam. Ikibono ngikei. Unaseni. Nero utirimboka kucheke serukia kia nyamwa. Anache naso na okeki, anatenka abantu wanakulia maunyoro na nyona. Mbia mo.
Mbia mono sana. Tupige makofi tena. Mbia mono sana mugaka Nyamoko isikiseme chiao. He has told us that the pen is mightier than the sword. That's very important. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru sana. Yeah, so next tumuombe. To some of us ni baba yetu, kwa wengine ni kaka yenu. Professor Kama kindly is responding as one of the orders of ENCHENGERIA. Karibu sana Professor.
Baito, kajibiria tomirema. Ore, kamo mintoda, kaiko rusiemboli, orasi momosoni, tata korateka, parora marikai, mariki bisuguti, abongo kabwate. Thank you so much, DJ.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. And I have got to appreciate that there are so many good things which we are saying, but again, as from now, let's be cognizant of time, so that the ceremony ends on time, people can travel to their various destinations. This book, or this dictionary, known as ENCHENGERIA, the word as sincerity, who is also an expert in the Kisii language and culture. The word ENCHENGERIA is the appropriate word for the word dictionary, and it is derived from the verb ENCHENGERIA. ENCHENGERIA basically means to explain, to describe the meaning of words the meaning of vocabulary and all that. I really appreciate the approach of Mr. Sereti, who spoke in Swahili, but I will ask that you forgive me because let me speak in the English language, because in here, but even my kids, my students, almost all of them are non-Kisis, and they may wonder now, this Mzee has gone into his roots. And they've forgotten that we are in a university environment. In Dabasi, we debated which appropriate word to use. In Dabasi has been used elsewhere, but we realized that in Dabasi doesn't capture the meaning of the work, capture the business. Dabasi is basically interpretation. We have, and I want to be very brief, we do have the authors we have here. And let me tell you that all these authors played a very significant role in the development of ENCHENGERIA. And you can't believe it that it took almost 10 years to come up with this work. I have spoken a lot, and please, if you can allow me, I would like to request that we have got other authors here. I will request particularly Dr. Peter Nyansera Otieno, who has even done a PhD on the Kisii language, and even has clearly argued in his work that the manner in which the Kisii language is structured in terms of phonology, in terms of lexicology, is not accurate the way we use our language. The colonialists who wrote the initial Kisii words, language, they oversimplified this very beautiful and wonderful language known as Kisii. So, Peter Nyansera Otieno, can you come briefly and say something about this document known as ENCHENGERIA? And MC, I know that will be possible. You know, we have got people here, all the people here are wonderful, great Kenyans and Kisis. We have got some people here like Mr. Matundura, who is the chairman of the Kisii Council of Elders, which promotes the Kisii culture. We do have Father Mandela, as much as he has prayed for us here, who is also a scholar. He's got a PhD on Kisii morals and culture. Maybe they will give them maybe a 2 minutes to speak. I don't know where you will fix them. So if you can allow me then, Dr. Otieno, very briefly in less than 5 minutes, can you respond to the discussions of ENCHENGERIA?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor, for your kind words and invitation. I'm very pleased to present ENCHENGERIA to all of us. It is one of those books that has taken us nights and days in writing. And one of the things that we want to propose as a strong point is that it is written in 3 languages so that anyone can easily access it and use it. It is written in Ekegusii, then the meaning is given in Kiswahili, English, and Ekegusii. That's a very strong point. Again, we did a lot, and like my mentor, my professors just said, I worked as I researched as a phonetician, And phonetics and phonology is something that is quite elusive to some people. You see, if we have 7 vowels in Ekeusi: E, A, O, O, and U. But in our orthography, in writing, we only have 5. And if you give somebody to read in Ekeusi, unless he is Omogusi and knows the context of what is reading, will never pronounce some words correctly. And that is why we are bringing in a new discussion. What if we presented a new orthographic system, a way of writing, so that whoever reads can be able to capture correctly each of the words in pronunciation. And then ENCHENGERIA has got these words correctly pronounced. In fact, our next edition, and Professor Matunda Yanchama is here, is that we anticipate to put it out there in the net so that once, by the click of your thumb, we can listen to an Ekeusi word correctly pronounced. And furthermore, of course, as the School of Arts and Social Sciences, we want to use it as a basis for other researches that touch on Ekeusi language. And my dean is here, Dr. Peter, my namesake, Gutwa. And he is so passionate about that. And the professor, you have left us in good hands. Thank you so much. I give ENCHENGERIA to you. It will be good. May God bless you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tieno.
Yes.
Again, we are fighting against time. We hope that in the next 1.5 hours we're done. So that I will Mzenyamache. Mzenyamache is the engine of this ENCHENGERIA. Can you say a word as somebody? And this is a very unique kind of work where academicians were able to work with the elders.
Una kaigure sokore ane agul kusakati na kwete tatange tenga isironi yaba bikora kwana chinga kichinde kerondo mokeiga nga enyangau masam koyari ko bitwitimo iwe yari kulia maraye etameti ganere kwelia masam pues ENCHENGERIA de tu profesor Juana y con tu cuello tu tueca a tu culiana tu cueca la rechitingi ya vas a chitarique oye te quiere tener como vamos a la culica gente pues que está bien y con lo ENCHENGERIA abande vamos a tener vamos a tener ya vamos na banda yo ko yura tu aparte na mo ka matunda mo ke rubina saba to gaida kusiyengi ma kolonji ke kusiyeki bono igona ayu ke na bona aka manifesto bari tingu atali bono kunyore sa digitali number 2 objectives inyora writing of books. Professor como sabía pieza que cogerán a un niño de esa área sí es que o vai porque tu ves que así le que qualquer señora usted toca ya sabe pero yo me voy a contar sabe honorende y tú que iba a te van aquí el vivía que no te vas a tomar y matar y comí y que te van a Timo kaga ani gona je kore to more ba se Tinji tikole to molembe kule ndo moro kwesegi. Ekina achire na kieke. No gwata na no muntu na ise. Omwana mumura na ise no mwana mwezi kana ngina. Na mukama mumura na ngina byara. Na abantu benyumba yo muntu ingaba baba bisabaye. Ege tukireke enda kusima kieri ta ke teri beta ta ke uria so mun. Obarogi. Usimefira. Igoto enda ta kweli tutu ka kwebe ke tingi ko de ya ronacha. Ane na nje na haro ni mauto na igoto ko sabaria. Moga ka maturo mbia mun. Na ko ka tenga le ko profesa. Ma ne na fa ngi te ka tu ajete ko le rapa. Unyamba ya ogiokino. Ingaza panyoranga na amanyira abantu abange abana bali n'abalemu Dr. Meja no li amalo kapito tie no ne wano rende baomukia mubatukeke professor mo muzisi ni na njina ba anya tagiere angatingi yeti hayo wande bati Gotora alia kusini siuti no mukakanya chao kule. Kuya mono monga ende kuyezi ku.
Asante sana Mugakanya Mache. Yeah, thank you Professor Kama for that presentation and also for requesting our brother Peter na baba yetu Nyamache to say a word here. Now, very briefly, ladies and gentlemen, Omogaka Angwenyi Matundura. Kindly, sir.
Kali Angwenyi.
Ituwali ngetega Angwenyi pole. Karibu sana.
Watu wetu kwa pamoja, amchambo. Mbiyamule. Huyu anaitwa, kuna wengine amewaja karamiaka. Huyu anawazungumzia anaitwa James Matundura Haraka. Nimekuwa mwenyekiti wa Abagusi Curriculum and Development Council for many years now. I am happy to be here today because actually many of the people I respect are around, are here, starting with the Vice Chancellor, John Soran Akama. Actual point number one, I have all reasons to thank and appreciate the Vice Chancellor and the team which organized this function. And I am pleased that our people from the county secretary I hear is here. That is very good. Inaonyesha vizuri na nilifanya vizuri kumwarika. Kwa hivyo niko na sababu zote za kutosha kusema asante kwao kwa yale yote wamefanya kufikia sasa. Nitasema kama matatu, sitakuwa mrefu sana. Nataka kushukuru wale wamekuja mbele yangu. Wale mwenyekiti na yule Mongina wewe Mongina sio Mongina ni wewe, nitahitaji hata tupige picha na wewe tafadhali. Huyu kulingana na mambo ya leo, yeye si mjukuu wangu, yeye sio mtoto yangu, yeye sio mama yangu, yeye sio magokoro, yeye ni mama ya magokoro wangu. Ile mama aliongea sio ya miaka yake. Miaka yake ni ile vile unamuona. Lakini yeye alisema mwenyewe I don't think ako hai. Ya miaka ya nyuma mbali hata Matundura kabla kusaliwa. Lakini amayasema. Niko na furaha, sijui, niko na furaha sana. Wala wanapiga picha mnatuona? Ndio huyu. Asante sana kwa kukuja na asante kwa hao kunikubalia tukapigwa picha pamoja. Wacha niende kwa mawili. Mzee Philip, tasimama tu hapa. tumekuja na secretary, assistant secretary wetu anatoka huko Suneka. Ni mzee anafanya kazi sana na nguvu yote yake na hapo na ujuzi mwingi, ndio tumekuja na yeye, na kati yetu tukiwa na Peter Getenga huko na wengine na furaha kwa sababu wako na sisi. Mzee, ni kusema uweka tu mkono. Asante kwa sababu ya masaa. Asante. Na kupita yote, nashukuru sana kumuona Father Mandela. Huyu mzee tunampenda. Honestly, we are honest. Huyu mzee na anapenda wazee na wakina mama wa Kisii. Na uwe na sisi as long as we are alive. Sasa nilikuwa nataka niseme mawili sasa ya kumalizia. Wale waandishi wa hivi vitabu tatu, wale waandishi kwa hii Enchengeria na vile vingine, ni kitu gani iliwasumbua kuandika hii vitabu? Iko kitu iliwasumbua kwa roho yenu kuandika hii kitabu? Na mkaona ni vizuri mueleze kupitia Enchengeria maana ya lugha mbalimbali sisi tunatamka. Ni kitu gani iliwasumbua? Hii tutahitaji kujua. Ni kwa nini nauliza hii swali? Ni kwa sababu hii lugha yetu inaenda. Sasa najiuliza, inaenda wakiona ama wakijua inaenda? Kwa sababu inaenda. Nataka niwaulize na ni support yule alikuwa hapa ya kwamba tuungane na profesa wetu, tuungane na nyinyi, tufanye mkutano, tujue ni grupu gani inafanya hii lugha yetu kuenda. Ni wazazi, ni walimu, ni sisi viongozi, ni kwa kanisa wawaambie ni nani hawa, alafu tuende kujua tutatumia kitu gani ama lugha gani ama njia gani ya kuona ya kwamba hii kitu tuirudishe vile huyu msese wetu alisema. Lazima tufanye uchunguzi ya kutosha. So ile mlikuwa mnasema research ndugu yangu, sasa kwenda tufanyie research kuona lugha inapotea kwenda wapi, ni nani anapoteza, wakati gani and all this. Tuko na wingi wa shukrani kwa profesa wetu, na wiki ijayo na wauliza mwenye Getinge, na wauliza wale wasee wote tulikuja hapa, uchukue contact zao, tuje kuitana, tutakuwa na mambo ya kuongea siku hiyo grupu zote. Lakini wiki ijayo tunataka kufanya John Sorana Akama awe mzee kubwa wa Kisii, yani community leader wetu kuanzia next week. Na mufarie nguo sile. Tutamuvarisha, musimame huko na yeye. Tutamuvarisha ekiore ni kitu inakuwepo ovyo. Sio ovyo, wale wase wanajua. Labda yule mama sijui kama anajua. Kwa sababu niliona yeye ni mama zaidi. So tutamufanya hiyo, na wauliza nyote tafadhali profesa, mkuje hapo msimame na yale wa Kisii watafanyia Akama, na tutamuuliza atusimamie kwa mambo fulani kuona, kwa sababu kila mwaka anaandika kitabu. Hiyo tunajua. Na hivi kama umeandika utume kwa ofisi yetu vitabu 3 bila alikuwa anatufanyia. Lakini ndawaambia wazee wanunue hiyo nyingine yote. Lakini ile itatumika kwa ofisi kuona vile utatufanyia. So nashukuru, na yangu ni hiyo ya lugha inaendelea kupotea. Na kitu ya mwisho kumalizia, zungumzo hapa. Child naming. Tafadhali tuwaje hii kitu, mimi naitwa James, mtoto wa Peter. Huyo amekwambia nini? Sasa anaitwa James, mtoto wa Peter. Huyu anaitwa Nancy, mtoto wa Thomas. Sasa amekwambia. Amekuambia nini hapo? Nilipenda yule mama, ndamuita mama, ni msichana mdogo. Lakini mlisikia Christian name yake? Alisema Sereni, alisema Christian name. Alisema majina matatu, hakuna hiyo nyingine ya kizungu. Alisema hii yetu peke yake. 3. Tusingatie majina yetu. Wakati nilisikia China Onyambu, nilijua ni baba ya Madam Ng'ama. Nilijua. Niliposikia Matunda, nililenga, ninasema si ni kutoka juu. Majina yetu yanajulikana. Mtu akiitwa Ratemo tunajua anapatikana wapi. Mtu akiitwa Nyabuto, si unajua Nyabuto atapatikana wapi? Ni wapi? Si ni basi. Si more than obvious. Lakini akiitwa ni hiyo ingine ya Kiingereza. Tusitoroke lugha yetu, tusiiona kama mbaya. Majina yetu, tafadhali child naming, majina yetu tuyazingatie, yatatusaidia tukienda mbele. Sitaki kuongea zaidi ya hii kwa sababu profesa wetu na wale wengine, hata wale viongozi wetu wale wameongea ya kutosha. Kwa hivyo sasa kuongeza sana, lakini kitu naimiza, tafadhali sio grupu zote zilikuja hapa Mombi labda metoka kigurupu kilikia cha Jones, tukikualika kuja kila mmoja, si kwa sababu ati Matunda ni mkubwa yeye, hakuna hiyo vitu ya ukubwa na nini na nini. Tuitane tuje pamoja, hata county secretary tutamuita akae hapo mbele atuunganishe, tuongee mambo ya lugha. Ni lugha tu. Hii mambo mengine wale wanapiga huko jua ile Matunda wewe. Hiyo yana zingia hapo. Lakini hii yetu tusingatie, tusaidie huyu profesa na profesa wetu. Watufungulie njia, si hata hana njia. Kwa hii mambo tunaongea. Kwa hiyo tutawaachia hapo tutakutana tuongee kinaye, na nashukuru wale walioona hii mpango huu na wakaona sisi tukuje tuungane pamoja, tuangalie hiyo vitabu na to make sure to make sure iende kwa watu wengi ili wajue ni kitu gani inaeleza. Nyamwaka huko alisema tufanye. So hii mambo ya vita Dean of Arts, School of Arts and Social Sciences. Si hapa tafadhali wewe kuna jukumu. Hii mambo yote tutakusha, utueleze vile tutafanya. Usiwajilie mimi mzee. Na hiyo kitu ulisema sijui tuona hivi. Si nilisema hapa. Ni nani atanikomenda? Ni wewe. Wewe ndio unapeleka mbele bali na mbele. Unajui. Alafu muongee juu ya
I've known where you are. Do you have more books?
But you know, it's better to buy a book for you than to buy for me lunch.
Some people, they bought a
Mambo. Unanitoa
but they want to make it my book. Auditor. Sema chair.
Sasa unafaa uandike kitabu hata wewe. Si kununua kuandika.
Like one so far, what
traditional way on how to manage specific No, there's some Zambians who wants to understand. Before they come with their own way of managing businesses, they must
how it started.
Yeah. And I think
no, before. You should buy before.
Before.
Share with us. And before I go further, I must recognize as we move forward members from Eldoret campus who woke up at 5 to be here. Members of Eldoret, please. Thank you so much for making it here. and thank you to all of you. I want to be very brief because time has run out, and with all due respect, I have my co-authors here, also my seniors from Moi University, Professor and Dr. Tanui. We will just take 1 minute each to just say something. Just say something. This book is a dream of many years. When I was growing up, somebody called somebody Otoma. Then the person got so annoyed because it was a lady, and she went to find out, why can somebody call me Otoma and I'm a lady? You know Otoma is a man's name, isn't it? And therefore, she came to be told that this Otoma means something. A lady in the 1930s who went when women were not allowed to acquire land. Her husband had died. They were 12 in a polygamous family, and the land was not enough where they were. So she just moved out. She went somewhere beyond that village. She got a piece of land for herself. She put the boundaries, that is in 1935, and she stayed. Everybody was fighting her. She had 5 sons, and she stayed. They tried to fight her, but she stayed. Then later she brought her co-wives, and they stayed. And there came the name Otoma. She was called Otoma because she pushed so hard to ensure that she got that land for herself, her children, and some of her co-wives. Good afternoon. I don't want to tell you who that is. The traditional society. This book is about the land rights, the trajectory they have taken from the pre-colonial period, colonial period to the post-colonial period. And women response, because all the time we talk about injustices against women. Through that kind of story, I just was asking myself, were women seated and waiting for any injustice to come? Was there any response? And therefore, I also thought of the urgency. What was the women urgency? How did they respond in these kind of issues? And therefore, because of time, in the traditional society, we actually had rights. Rights that women enjoyed. Rights of access to land through marriage. Rights of usage. Women would farm and get food for their children. And that was an egalitarian arrangement that fitted society so well. There were no conflicts like we have today. There were no homicides like we have today. There was a smooth way of solving land conflicts, which worked so well in the traditional community. Of course, we must say that there was also enough land, so people would move wherever they were not satisfied with wherever they were. But with the coming of colonialism, things changed. Reserves were created by the British that you should not go beyond this boundary. In Kisii, boundaries were put as Sotik, near Maasai land and down, and therefore we remained in here and we didn't stop giving birth. And therefore, land started getting scarce. And many things had to happen. What I want to say about the traditional society, and as we have this spirit of our communities, that our traditional society knew how to handle issues very well. When to provide for land, want to ensure that the family has food through the wives, whether it was a polygamous family or not. And at the end of the day, there was peace. The peace that we lost with colonialism, and now because of the results of colonialism. I wish I had time. I want to, Daktari, just allow my seniors to just say a word in 1 minute the way I've done, so that we are able to finish. Thank you so much. I hope this book will help in expanding knowledge in society and making women realize that they can do something with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Tumefurahi sana.
Professor Makana, please. Professor Makana from Moi University. I'm humbled to invite you here, and Dr. Tanui. They were my supervisors at Moi University. And I humbly request that you just give a word in 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it, and I'm excited to be here. Now, this is a research-based book. Our main focus was to interrogate the colonial policies and prerogatives, and the extent to which these colonial policies and prerogatives impacted land as a factor of production and then influenced the ensuing gender relations. So I can walk you through very quickly the colonial period and the main landmarks through which these colonial policies were implemented and therefore had an effect on land as a factor of production and impacting negatively women as stakeholders in land. The period 1920 to 1939 looks at what happens after World War I. There is an economic meltdown. Then there is the enunciation of what we call the gold policy. The colonialists enunciated something called the gold policy that envisaged that Africans can produce in juxtaposition with the colonial settlers. Now, that gold policy meant that Africans would begin to intensively utilize land. And that then initiated contestation and competition over land as a resource. And we argue in that particular section of the book that the Kisii generally, and women in particular, have a very spontaneous response to these colonial initiatives. A response that then compounds competition over land as a resource, constricting the extent to which women can access, utilize, and control land. The discussion then moves to the period 1939 to 1945. The main thing here is World War II, the impact of the Second World War. The Second World War impels colonial policy in favor of agricultural production. And so again, that then compounds issues of competition over land. The Second World War is also a period of mobilization, human resource mobilization, particularly men. Men are taken away to serve the war purpose. That then leaves women as the main agricultural producers. So we conclude in that particular section that the scenario of war and the policies that were privileged by the colonial state to achieve the aims of war further constricted the extent to which we see women will access, control, and utilize land as a key factor of production. And then lastly, I can talk about the period after World War II, the post-World War II period, 1945 to 1960. The main focus here is agricultural reconstruction. The colonial state will come up with a strategy of agricultural reconstruction. They are now concerned about competition over land. They are concerned about the capitalist ethic, and therefore they want to devise a strategy to control these impulses. We argue that advocating for the registration and the issuance of land title deeds, encapsulated through the Swinnerton Plan of 1954, had the net effect of further commoditizing land as a factor of production. Land now becomes a commodity that can be sold, and put on the marketplace. And land is registered in the names of men, not women. That therefore accentuates the extent to which women are excluded and constricted to access, control, and utilize land. We argue that despite all these constricting environment, you see women have over the years developed innovative strategies that are tailored to turn around their collective economic destiny. And one of these strategies is what Professor Stephen Orvis calls straddling. In fact, he employs that terminology, straddling, first in a reference to Kisii land. Straddling simply implies the diversification of economic opportunity. That is why Marion really ably demonstrates how Kisii women have tried to cope and grapple with this constricted economic space.
Good afternoon. We also come all the way to the post-colonial period and look at what the independent government did in terms of land and women access and use of land in Kenya. What our independent government did was to continue with land consolidation, registration, and titling of this land. That is the 1954 Swinnerton Plan. Our independent government continued with it, and land continued to be registered in male names, leaving out the women. And as Professor said, their position as producers was constricted, but as agents of change, they did not just sit back. What did they engage in? They engaged in so many activities. In the post-colonial period, there were quite a number of things. Engaging in small-scale trading, as well as farming. You farm in the morning, engage in small-scale trading. Beer brewing, kutengeneza pombe. Ni wamama manwa wamama. That was a strategy because they needed money to engage in quite a number of things, but because farming of cash crops, coffee, tea, pyrethrum, is purely a male domination, while women, because they are the ones who are supposed to put food on the table, they could only engage in maize production, and again they must wait on their husband, the brother, or any male member of the family to assist them to allocate that land. They engaged in quite a number of things, even women groups or groups, so as to elevate their position. Broad mixed farming activities and labor diversification. They were able to engage in farming as well as the markets. I don't want to go further on that. I had somebody saying, please don't say that we should give women land. The 2010 Constitution is very clear, senior, very clear. And this study ends in 1970. What we were trying to focus on, between 1963 to 1970, there was a boom in agricultural production. But from 1970, because of the high prices of fuel, things became a bit difficult. There was an economic depression. But I don't know what we will do, because land is getting scarce. We really have to face the problem seriously as Kenyans. No, I'm not talking about the book. We have to face the problem seriously as Kenyans. I presented a paper saying that, please, let's come up with a new way of allocating land so that we can have land to produce food. It's shameful not to have enough food. It's shameful to be fighting over land which is decreasing as we increase in numbers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just thinking, would it be like we need to go to communal land ownership? If it worked, would it be better if we would have a central place of food production or something like that? Just thinking. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very kindly, Dr. Nyambu. Pigeni makofi tena, daktari. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you also for your supervisors. We are happy to see them. Karibu sana daktari. 30 seconds.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the Vice Chancellor for the support and the School of Arts and Social Science. I just want to say in 3 words that our engagement with the leadership of the Vice Chancellor was to interrogate knowledge production. And as you know, to think is subjective. So how do we produce knowledge? We produce it by constructing it. I produce an idea, I share it with Professor so-and-so and Professor so-and-so, then they give their view about what that thing is, if it can make a contribution to knowledge. And because the academy has this anthem for many years that you publish or you perish, we looked at the process of producing that knowledge so that it's called knowledge. It's a book, it's a peer-reviewed journal, or whatever it is. Then you know in this country we have a crisis. Universities can only graduate you if you have published something. And then we see that we take 1 week or 3 days to publish. And the question we are asking, actually we are entering into a discourse that has been there. It is a hot potato, like Dr. Nyandoro said. How do we produce knowledge? Is it through the lenses of the global north or the global south? I welcome you to find time and read, and thank you for coming, and thank you for everything.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Mose. Now, very briefly, before His Excellency speaks, that's the representative of the governor, we have our brother here who represented the Kisii County Women Rep, Doris Donya Aburi, Mr. Justin Siocha. Karibu sana our brother, one word, mekaribisha sana.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Justin Siocha, Office Manager, Office of the Kisii County Woman Representative. Mheshimiwa sent me with the 2 words. One, she gave me the donation of about 50 books, basically in 2 categories: fiction for adults based in an African setup. Then we have the one for biological sciences based on the African setup. They are here. Then she gave me 2 objectives to mention. The first is the MOU that we are working on in conjunction with the School of Arts and Social Sciences through, of course, the Office of the Vice Chancellor. We have 7 objectives that we want to implement as the Office of the Kisii County Women Rep and the Kisii University, and we just mentioned them. One is research and intervention. The second one is education and capacity building. The third is joint grant proposal application. And the fourth one is provision of psychosocial support services. Then the fifth one is provision of social and economic support to women, youth, and the vulnerable in a society. Then the next one is jointly organize advocacy and the sensitization program. Then the last is participate in the relevant activities of mutual interest for both parties. But we I know Dr. Guto is aware of the same. Then the last one, yesterday we had what we call a sort of a graduation at the office of the Kisii County Women Rep, where the two cohorts of students from all walks of life came and graduated after going through a 3-month training on ICT and technology. And of course, we had representatives from the university, represented by Maggie and Ven from the School of SAS. And Mheshimiwa is very passionate about partnering with the university so that we mentor more youth on digital economy and entrepreneurship skills, e-commerce, and also other technological services. So I wish to appreciate I wish to appreciate getting the opportunity, and may God bless you. Thank you. God bless you.
Asante sana Bwana Siocha. Pigeni makofi tena. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I'd like to invite our chief guest, that's the representative of His Excellency, the Governor, Kisii County. So as he comes, he'll present. Kindly take a peek. He's presenting the presents to Professor Kama later. Asante sana. So atakapokuja akimaliza Bwana Secretary, tutaomba Dr. Nyanchama na Father Mandera watakuja mbele. Dr. Nyanchama, Father Mandera aombe, then the launching will proceed. Asante sana. Karibu sana kaka yetu. Pigeni makofi. Pigeni makofi tena. Yeah, we are sorry for the delay. Ila mambo ya university ndivyo yalivyo. Karibu sana.
Our distinguished guests, of course led by our professor, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Kama. This is academia, doctors, and learned people, and everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. My name is James Ntabo. Ntabo is the County Secretary and Head of Public Service, the County Government of Kisii. I stand here to represent His Excellency Honorable Paul Simba Arati, Governor Kisii County, who was asked and accepted to be the guest of honor, but for reasons that were beyond his control, His Excellency could not be here due. Nonetheless, to capture the seriousness of this event and his commitment towards the invitation, he asked me, actually he instructed me to come and represent him here. I hope I'll try to fit into those big shoes of His Excellency the Governor. They're huge shoes, His Excellency. But before I say one or two things, allow me to recognize and appreciate those who came with me from the county government of Kisii. Emmanuel, please come forward. Other civil servants in the house, please stand up. Feel free to stand up. Benny, Benny, Bengi is watch with us. Ben, thank you. Can wave. Msalimia, please. Msalimia, thank you so much. Allow me to ask Mr. Emmanuel to wave and smile. Has he done that? Why I'm picking on Emmanuel Manuel, this is his immediate employer before he shifted gears to the county government. A very wonderful chief officer for agriculture, crop production, many other things. Mr. Manuel will say jambo, and I know he's strict with time and he'll just say the word jambo. But I've brought him because together with Dr. Ombaba, Eric, and Mr. Monyancha, those are three chief officers that we were able to get into our government, courtesy of Kisii University being a training ground, being breaking frontiers in terms of giving us the leaders. So the three chief officers with us, Dr. Ombaba, planning and economic planning and ICT, Monyancha, distance and Mobegi. Yes. Mobegi, water and environment. His Excellency told me to appreciate you for giving him those chief officers. Unfortunately, Professor did not get this, but we shall leave it for another day. Please allow Emmanuel to say one word and then we'll conclude.
Yes, our Vice Chancellor, because I belong to this place, our County Secretary and Head of Public Service, and all the fraternity of Kisii University. Good afternoon. Yeah, as directed, usually you have moved to a place where you are given, if you are told to say chambo, you say chambo. Thank you so much, Professor, for giving me the environment of 14 years working at this place, garnering all the experience which I'm serving the county for the next 5 years, God willing. And allow me to just bring the apology, as he has said, of Mobegi, who is in Naivasha, for a conference of water and sanitation. Allow me also to bring the apology of Monyancha, who is also in Naivasha, over the same function. They were supposed to be here, but they are not in because of that function. Thank you, Sana, our County Secretary. Asante Sana, Professor.
Let's appreciate the Chief of Staff. You feel at home here. Appreciate him. He's your own Lord. We want to appreciate the university, therefore, for what they've done to us, not just the Kisii County government, but with leadership that has been put from here and which is impacting positively out there in terms of service delivery. Somebody said, bury my bonds, but keep what? Keep what? Keep my words. Bury my bonds, but keep what? Keep my bonds. My words. Keep my words. Basically, that the distinguished others in the house today, the academia, those who sat for 14 years and even more to compress knowledge for us, to gather research and compress knowledge for us, that today we are launching serious works. I mean, we must give them standing ovation, because it's not a main achievement to produce what they have produced. I mean, let's give a better round of applause to those who have produced. A round of applause, a standing ovation, is an extended clap. Don't just clap like the normal clap. It's an extended clap because it's a standing ovation. Can we give a standing ovation to our others? For the many hours you took, for the times that you even disagree as family, you know, the students instructing, family instructing, but you'll be able to put this together for us. Today, we are pleased to get into your minds and understand what you wanted to give us today. governor asked me to talk to you. He never gave me any written speech. So whatever I'll say, it's governor saying, one is that as a county government, we have and want to partner with institutions of higher learning, with people of like-minded, because the county government of Kisii that you are part and parcel of, its success will depend also on how we want to utilize knowledge that you people have produced, that we can be able to apply it. Someone talked about us, we don't do research, us, we don't go into the books, we want to get raw knowledge that you produce them for us to apply. So we must have a partnership between the Kisii County government and the institutions of higher learning, where Kisii University is the premier institution for us in terms of partnership. We shall take on board, we shall have that partnership that will be able to assist our people. Research on our problems. We have talked about the land problem here. It's a real living animal in terms of it's a problem. You know for sure that only that you went to the extent up to 1970. I was wondering, chapter 8 is up to 1970. We're launching this book in 2023, Dr. Nyandoro. Don't you think that chapter 9, how we do the first book? Second book is called what? Second edition. So are we having a second edition? Because up to 1970, you know, we are documenting what happened, isn't it? And those of us who consume this knowledge are therefore expecting you to give proposals, to give way forward, to give suggestions, to trigger the creative mind. Because when we sit at the county level there, land is a major problem. And therefore, second edition we want to believe, which will be chapter 9 going forward. We talked about the constitution, isn't it? I mean, the current situation, we are in this situation we are in. And land is a major problem. People probably have gone beyond the struggle in what you're talking about, the time and the professor. We want now to know, how do we then, from the culture point, how do we accept the constitution so that it becomes part of the new songs we're going to create, which are going to support the new land tenure system, where the girls are appreciated and accepted and given land without much, you know. Somebody said, wasichana bado. You remember? So there is resistance from the culture part of it. So how do we then address it unless it comes from you, it's documented, and you can then say, here is the knowledge that has been researched, that the best practice out there is because we must now share this land positively. Nonetheless, we appreciate what you've done so much. And all those orders. I have had opportunity, I'm about to wind up, I have had an opportunity to attend the professor's book launch elsewhere. And I've followed and I've bought his books, and I've followed his development of knowledge in terms of books. And we appreciate Professor so much, and especially now that he's exiting the stage. I mean, your name will be labeled a legacy somewhere there for what you've done. Not only the university has been grown, but even the economic transformation of the Kisii County is a big beneficiary of the university. Now, His Excellency the Governor has started a program at the stadium where we have started a studio. His government started a studio where the young artists can come, walk in, record, play their stuff without a penny. We are supporting indigenous talent and knowledge. Vicky Young, they're not here. This gentleman has worked out. Vicky Young has produced a song courtesy of His Excellency's initiative to give a studio that is even better than some of the studios we have in Nairobi. It's here at the stadium. So tell those young talents that we are here with a purpose. The governor is here with a purpose, and he wants to transform the community. The young artists are beneficiaries. It's a song that came out the other day. It's going to be a hit. Make sure that you follow that young man because the song is can be traced to our studio, the youngest studio in town, in terms of that name. And then His Excellency is also doing a lot, wants the support of everybody in terms of, integrity in service delivery. Integrity in service delivery. We've had challenges in terms of integrity in service delivery. We want to ensure that aspects that are critical in terms of governor is serving people who elected him with a very big margin. And what is asking the academia, and what we just said, and all the people here, the church, everybody, we want to be closer. We want to have that MOU of ensuring that when he is fighting integrity issues, moral issues that affect the civil service, he can get an echo from you because he has gotten the support that he's looking for. We can transform the county together if we partner with the intentions that are good. There are challenges in terms of civil service, many issues, corruption, but then here he extends his hand to you that let's work together so that we make the Kisii person proud, because we need to deliver, we need to fast track the development agenda of Kisii. Finally, indigenous knowledge, indigenous capturing data. We are also partnering with national government, county government, sure that we have can document our history, can document our development agenda, can be able to capture all those issues that we need for us to be able to succeed as a county government. I want to appreciate Dr. Matunda. How are you? We've had opportunity to meet. Congratulations. You've contributed so much into. You were biased in you publish more one. Yeah, global. He's global. Yes, emphasis on. This is the beauty of having you giving back to society. We want to appreciate all of you, and I know the MC may not come and tell me we've spoken for a long time, but the training that I went also tells me that it's time to leave the stage. But not before. There's a lady here called Vicky Onderi. Vicky Onderi, if you don't recognize her and give her one word to speak, Professor, you'll be in trouble. If you know what you know what I'm saying? That she wants to come and smile. She talks like a chararan, that's what she says. But today, she just say one word.
All protocols observed. My name is Vicky Nyaboko Onderi Echararani, standing women rep, future president of the Republic of Kenya. Bottom line, I'm doing cooperatives with all the cooperatives, with all the churches, to support them. I've done the policy to create jobs for the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much. Welcome.
And this is after I thoroughly won her. You can see if you let her on her own. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank you once again. We go to the next level. My name is James Ndabo. Ndabo is son to Machogu. Ndabo was a brother to Ouma, friends to Professor. Machogu was a son to Omori. Omori was a son to Vainanti. Can I also go on? I found it. Not you created it. Vainanti was a son to Biage. Biage was a son to Bioreri. I mean, I liked that introduction. Obino, where are you? He has gone and I'm talking. Obino, the culture person who works with us, we appreciate. May God bless you. My last one. How do we cure the Kisii disappearing in the next 20 years, 30 years? The theory Professor has always given us, the theory, Kisii will disappear in the next 30 years. That is a theory that can be traced back to Professor. How do we cure that theory? Yeah? You can give it. But before we do that, I want just to propose, Professor, what I learned, and we are victims. MC, we are not proud speakers of Kisii. That is the bottom line. That is the problem. Trust me, trust me, they will proudly speak their language. For some reason, when talking Kisii, you are even shy. I don't know where this problem came from. Pastor Madam, We don't know. Kadhayo ananga kimi I'll give you a zawadi. Ukiongea Kisii, go buy a zawadi. So in the house nowadays, they compete. And then you know, they are doing something. May God bless everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The chief officer is telling me this, to announce this, that in the course of September, we shall have a big regional conference that will be held here at the university. Agriculture smallholder issues. The university, once again, thank you so much. That's the message. So you want them to come? Yeah? Please, in September, God willing, that we meet here and be able to celebrate our county and our people. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. A huge round of applause for His Excellency. Again. Okay, thank you so much. So before Dr. Nyanchama and Dr. Mandera comes over here, we have the Anglican Church of Kenya Bishop around. Bishop Mainga, karibu for a word, sir. Karibu sana Bishop. Pigie makofi.
Protocol observed. I greet you in the name of the Lord. Praise the Lord. Mimi ninaitwa John Orina Omangi, Bishop Anglican Church of Kenya, katika sehemu ya Southern Nyanza Diocese. Now we are called Upper Southern Nyanza Diocese, covering Kisii and Nyamira. Niko na furaha kuwa mahali hapa to witness the launch of the book ENCHENGERIA. That is a very timely book. Nakumbuka juzi tukifanya translation of Anglican prayer book. One thing ambayo nilipata changamoto, how do we call Holy Communion in accuracy? So I hope kitabu hiki kinaenda kutusaidia for some of the Kisii terms ambao tuna struggle when it comes to theological issues. Mimi pia niko hapa kama rafiki ya Vice Chancellor. When I wrote my book called Surprised by God, it was forwarded by him. I wrote that book as a motivation to the young people because I was made a bishop at a very early age. Nikawa bishop wa Kianglikana mdogo sana duniani kwa miaka. So I'm delighted for the book. We look forward to interact with it and have a copy, and it's going to help us a long way already in the Anglican Church as we struggle to make some books for the work of God. Thank you so much and congratulations for the good work.
Asante sana kaka yetu. Pigeni makofi tena. Yeah, thank you for the recommendation you've given. Yeah, umetoa solution moja. Wakubwa wetu wa Injili wafanye hiyo translation itumike kanisani. Asante sana. Dr. Nyanchama. After Dr. Nyanchama taalika Daktari Father Mandera aje akuwa nako sabere, then His Excellency atakuja na wageni wengine, Vice Chancellor tolonje kitabu. Asante sana daktari. Karibu.
Thank you.
Karibu sana.
Habari zenu. Habari zenu tena. Vice Chancellor, the guests that have come to attend this function, wanatabu karibu sana. From our old times, our authors, tafadhali, those authors that we have published, if you can stand up, it will be really nice to show that the relationship we have here. Yeah.
Dr. Mecha.
Yeah, Dr. Mecha. Beyond ENCHENGERIA, we published his poetry last year, and Mose, I met him through this institution, and this is something continuing. Tafadhali tukai. They just want to make a couple points. I'm an engineer. Sijaenda shule ya kuhubiri. Now I'm sitting between you and the break. so I'll be very brief. I went to school here more than 50 years ago, and Kisii College then was a place that we ran to kupata mkate ya siagi. So the food we ate across at Kisii wasn't as good. To see it transformed to the degree that it is today, I will tell you, is a mark of development. And we should all be grateful that this institution has grown and is making its mark, not simply in the community, in the nation, but globally. Here I'm Kubali. And a lot of this, I would say, is attributed to the work of Professor Kama. We come here, since we met Professor Kama. You know, Professor Kama once came to my office, and he had a manuscript. And they said this manuscript in my car and another publisher, CG 4 or 5 years. And then I took that manuscript home, and I read it over the weekend. And I said, this is good knowledge that must be out there for people to understand about Abagusi. That book is called The Kisii of Kenya. That book, I'm telling you, if you haven't read that book, then you don't know about Abagusi. Since then, we have had a really good relationship, including working with Malion here, and a lot of other authors. I mean, Okemwa, we publish his poetry. You know, Okemwa is a global poet. I can not only a poet, he writes really good stories. Really, really nice stories. Not only that, he is also a playwright. The first play about Otenyo, who resisted, led the resistance to colonial rule, was written by him and played in this hall. So we continue to work with the teams here because there is value in working with them. And for us, publishing is about documenting that which would otherwise disappear. A book once published doesn't die. In the morning, we are talking about Shakespeare. Who would know about Shakespeare today if it weren't written? Can you imagine if our ancestors, as they came down to, as we were gathering history through the Kano Plains, through to Kabianga, and eventually to where we are, can you imagine how much richer we could be if they had the opportunity to read about their daily struggles? The daily issues of relationships, how they related, what happened, and the like. In a way, we are trying to construct a lot of that. But with the waning memories of the old people, we need to hear them. The other thing we make why we publish is this. There is a lot about us that is written about us by other people. Mtu akikuangalia, anakuangalia with their lenses and interprets you. Are you truly who they write about? Probably not. So for us, we need to write about ourselves in the way we see ourselves so that we can expose who we are. The other day I was talking to Okemo about the way Abagusi is singing. You know, they sing him, you know? And then, you know, there's something called Bas. Composition of one song wasn't a creative piece of one person. Where else do you get this? In the Western world, I compose a song, I raise a band, I play it, and it's my song. But where else do you find that type of creativity? So we write that because we have uniqueness in who we are, and we need to assert who we are, so that the world can understand who we are, and maybe the world can discover stuff that can be beneficial to the global middle. Listen to this. Africa is 12% population of the world. They have 1% of global publications. Just think about it. 12% of the global population only produces 1% of all publications. Where are we? Tukombali sana. Pili, 12% of the global population produces only 3% of global research. global research. 12% of the global population produces 0.1% of global patents. The agency here is really important. And I think, I don't want to repeat what Professor Kama said earlier. I want to say that we need to work hard. If you cannot write, if you don't know how to write, ask for help. We have a lot of people, we have done works with Joshua Raga on works of people that could not write for themselves because they either don't have the time or some other circumstances. Don't let that big idea in your mind die or disappear. Call for help so that you contribute to humanity's well-being. And the issue of publishing works is a big challenge. And I will tell you that, sometimes we produce books, we go to the market, we find we have sold 20 copies. Publishing a book and launching a book ni kama mtoto kuzaliwa. Can you imagine if a mother gave birth to a child and that child, nobody came to kumsalimia? Can you imagine? Is it like, what happened? Aren't you happy with my child? And yet, if you look at the knowledge that there is in some of these works, at least for those that have taken time to peruse, it means we need to improve our reading culture. It means we need to appreciate our authors. I'm telling you, there is no greater joy than an author walking down some place and hear people talking about their book. So you hata usimpatie pesa. That alone is good for their hearts and souls. I want to finish by coming back to the issue of indigenous knowledge and the whole challenge and the risk of our language disappearing. Language is not simply language. Language is culture. Language is history. Language is us. Correct. So if this language were to die today, so goes our history, so goes our culture, so so language is not simply that I talk to you. Language is us. Language is history. Language is culture. I want to challenge our county governments. County governments are custodians of their electors. These electors have economic problems, social problems, they have cultural issues. There has been a discussion for a very, very long time to create a museum in this part of the country for Abagusi Museum, where we get people to curate things about history, about culture, about norms, about dance, about music. Because right now, where are our things? They are all over. I publish a paper in Angeu. People tell us about Sakao. I was speaking to Dr. Kenanda in the morning. And I'm telling you, Sakao was a big historical figure at the time that ensured we survived. That probably without him, we couldn't be. That is a challenge. So where do we get this knowledge? I'm asking the county governments, make this a commitment. Let's get our teams. There are a lot of knowledgeable people here about our history, our norms, our what? Let's build that museum. And not only that, it's not simply a showcase. People are benefiting from economic tourism. People are curious about the world. They will come here, go to the museum, come back in the evening, they eat Tugan and Managu. Senior, you remember I talked about Vicky Young producing music. They go to a club, listen to Vicky Young, and they buy his music. You see? It is our normal economic chain. So let's not take what we have for granted. Let's truly treasure it and go to the next step. It's not simply for now, but also for posterity. Let me conclude. But before I quickly conclude, there was a team that I believe we have not mentioned that supported the production of this ENCHENGERIA. They did a lot of editing, a lot of verification. Georgia Berry, are you there? Georgia Berry.
Pigeni makofi.
Dr. Mwanza.
Dr. Mwanza is at the back there. Asante sana daktari.
And Gilbert Manyara. Gilbert
Manyura.
Sorry. Gilbert Manyura. Yeah, so I want to finish by saying that we know something about Zambia. Buli yimoiki nigole ng'ombe. Eng'ombe ina nalumi tumani. Ng'ombe yimuke inyengole muntu. Ng'ombe abantu. It is not simply that Pakistan came together in a congregation. It is a true philosophical way in which Musi lived. Now, can you imagine what's happening now economically? What people do? Unamwacha hivi, umemwajiri kazi, mshahara yake iko, anapora. He's not thinking about kukolekeke. You see, they want to take shots. We had values. So, a simple thing like that, so simple as it is, can teach not only us, but the world. Because we are running a society without values. Lastly, Professor Kama, you've been a good friend of ENCHENGERIA, and we are hoping that wherever you go, you remain that good friend, and that the relationship that we build with the institution will continue. I think you have a lot to give to us as colleagues, us as a community, us as mentees, us as just people. There is a challenge they gave you here. I didn't take it on. Take on that challenge. Because a lot of people have ideas, but to have ideas and combine them with leadership, that's a big challenge. There are people who can express themselves as leaders, but you find that they are running, they have the energy and so on, but they are grasp for ideas. And there are people who have ideas, but give them an opportunity to take it to an idea, to a fact, to be implemented, wanashindwa. It is rare, and I would say it's God's grace, and we must be thankful for those like Professor Kama, who both can take an idea and drive it to implementation through sensibility. I'm sure we'll talk some more. It's only the time doesn't allow, but that is, as an engineer, that's my abbreviated summary to all of you. Thank you for coming. The books are here. The 3 books are available. And in addition to the 3 books, there are a lot of other books that are complementary, I would say. Because when Marion speaks about the land and access, Marion and team, you will find Ukemwa's oral poetry, the songs that people sang about women, like Otuoma. You see? You will find that. You will find that in short stories. You will find it in the play about Otieno. You will find it in the Kisii of Kenya. But you also find it in other works we publish. We publish stories that people have written about growing up. I grew up in Luyaland, I grew up in Mombasa, I grew up in Nairobi, growing up. And then we contrast with Kisii. So there are a lot of things that are complementary that in the overall define us as ENCHENGERIA, the publisher, and with the appreciation of the authors. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless you abundantly. Thank you.
God bless you too, Dr. Nyanchama. Another round of applause. Yeah, he's doing a great job for us here, for the country, and for the world at large. So he's one of the greatest sons that our community has raised. Now we move to daktari wetu ambaye pia ni Father Mandera. Father a word, and then Father akimaliza kuongea tutaalika waandishi wetu wote waje hapa, Father aombe, then we launch the books. Asante sana Father, karibu.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Yeah, I am humbled to be here, and I've listened, because to be a level of academics where we have reached is you are qualified to listen, and I've enjoyed listening. The first thing I will say, Professor, thank you for the work you have done for this community and for the Kenyans, because the university you have handled in leadership, you have handled all Kenyans and the people from out. I have been able to send the less privileged people here, almost 21 when I was counting, and they have all benefited. The fact that they have not been employed, that's another story. So I take this opportunity on behalf of the people that I represent to thank you most sincerely.
Pigeni Professor wetu makofi. Asante sana.
Number two, you see we have talked about issues of land. For me, I'm told that there are a lot of places in heaven, so I'm not struggling with issues of land. But let us think together. Let us think together. A woman wakes up before any man wakes up. A woman goes to the kitchen with a child, one on the back, another one on the hand. And then finally, after all this work, she faces challenges later in the day, either sleeping out or being beaten. And then she has nothing to claim to possess. We have to think as a culture what that means. Then the language that touches me more deeply than anything else. Because if you have your indigenous language, you are capable of forming concepts. And these concepts will be morally upright or bad. And I look at it this way. When one has lost a language, has lost morality. Because there are things I can say in English, but if I'm particularly talking them in my language, I will be shy, and therefore I will maintain the truth than lies. For example, first of all, for example, if I say Kisii, is that positive? That's negative. But if I say in English, you are like your mother, it doesn't have the force. It doesn't have the force. So let us keep to our language. And then I admire what you have done. I've not read it. I read widely, I can read it. But I want us to be together and look for the markers for vowels. Oroche, Orochi, Orochi. You think that? I'm telling you with the O only. So let us sit together and look for the markers of the language. Then finally, the best omwando otigera abana bao in the family. The best omwando beyond anything else is the law. Ichiko. Korwana bale bole mukwa batigere. They go back to the law. If you don't have a language, all those things will not come and they will not be valid. So I encourage you, the others, you have challenged me, and I'm happy to find a matunda. I have lots of works lying there, so you join me. I think, Professor, you know some of the works. And there is one already to be published within these few days with some publishers. I wish I had known you, but it's okay. Every day is a learning day. So I wish you well. Thank you for keeping up. And you can see, we have the books. People came, there were very many. But you can see the struggle to the end. Very few get there. That's why I will say, let us also promote the reading culture. People don't read. And those who do not read, they don't think. That's why some philosopher says, thinking is hard. Very few, if any, can think. So I rest my case. Thank you so much for listening.
Asante sana baba, tafadhali kuja. Father, tunakuomba usitoke. Edgar, naomba uje you lead us in this section. Kurangeri Professor and then Professor Tama and the rest of the others. Baicha, Father, Abasavere. Then you didn't launch the.
Thank you. Thank you for being patient up to this time. We are almost coming to the end. This is the good part, I promise. So we are going to have some fun. But before that, I would like to ask our authors of the day, before Father goes back. You know, this is wonderful knowledge that is being taken back to the world. And we want the inspiration to start in the right way. And the blessings of God will be able to assist us. So, Prof, our other authors, tafadhali karibuni, so that we receive the blessings from Father, then we can start the launching ceremony. Karibuni. Situwapigie makofi wanapokuja tafadhali. Tuendelee kupiga makofi mpaka wafike. Tuendelee kupiga makofi hadi wafike. Thank you so much. Thank you for being patient all this time out since morning. It does, I saw a meal fit. It means that that this is not going to be the last launch we are doing. We have been doing these launches in this hall a few times, and now we will continue. It's an inspiration for the future.
Before I pray, songs, they are a power when they have traditional wordings. And I want to challenge those who have written on those poetry to think like this. There are seasons of Homoousi. The songs of harvest, the songs of funerals, the songs of misfortune, and the songs of calamity, for example, when for misfortune and the same. And you know, Thanksgiving songs, so that they are particularly separated from what we see somebody singing 5 verses in all seasons. Thank you. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. We stand all of us. Lord God, our Father, we thank you more particularly for this day that we have gathered together. We have interacted. as a people, as a ecclesia, as an assembly, trying to interrogate ourselves. Help us to understand, because from understanding then our actions are ordered. We pray for these orders who have challenged us through the day in the way they have brought up issues that affect our society. Bless the audience, because each one has been touched in a different way. Now that we launch this campaign of the books that will challenge us, that it may give our people knowledge, remind our people what they have forgotten, so that we may grow together to serve you even better in various capacities. Bless Professor once again. We thank you for the good work he has done here. The good Lord may always begin anew and begin well. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. The mighty God bless us, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Dr. Pay on these
Let's move to the right side.
korokwa akie bigoti bikorokwa irora tinda igwa akia maisa korokwa akie nkore korokwa akie bigoti bikorokwa.
Yes. Ega kuba kero kinima etene just gikorokwa mokana.
Chief guest tafadhali karibia, usituache. Thank you. Aya tuende tena hapo moja.
Dr. B on these days.
Maburende kwa majire gosoma. Maburende kwa majire gosoma.
Makofi kwa hiyo kazi ambayo umefanya.
Maburende kwa majire gesongo.
Just come on.
Aye maburende kwa majire gesongo.
With the dummy books. And may I have the authors hold the books? Okay, tunaimba kata, si ndio? Tunaimba kata. Kata, kata. Kata, kata. Kata, kata. Kata balebe kata. Kata hiyo si ugali. Kata keki kata. Kata, kata. Kata, kata.
Ni birthday nipate ni yako na maji tunakata juu yako, makuki na makeki ni zako, weka mtu na karo pitanga ukikata kata kata kere tu kata, kata usiogope, leo tunapata watu wokote, kata.
We are signifying
kata, kata kere tu kata, kata usiogope, leo tunapata watu wokote.
Leo ile siku dudu geuka kipepeo, ile siku pako swing na kibembeo, ile siku hadi jogezi uweka meow meow. Nina doza kuthrow from me how Mr. Loku swag ya kibao wow. Sio masoni ya mangira matao Subash make a wish blow hiyo kando.
Nimekam na zawadi kila aina, makolon na makladi za designer. Kabla twende bash kwanza twende dina, machapo machipo na teka za kichina. Alafu leo dunga zile zinabana, zenye mafisi wakiona yes bana. Alafu TikTok kidogo siyo sana, mwambie aliyekuzaa tumesema sana. Ni birthday nipate ni yako, na maji tunakata juu yako. Makuki na makeki ni zako, weka mtu na karo pitanga ukikata. Kata, kata kere tu kata, kata usiogope, leo tunapata watu wokote. Kata, kata, kata kere tu kata, kata usiogope, leo tunapata watu wokote.
Kairetu, gani keki kata, akupata pati, umedunga bata, unakata maji.
Get the thrill, go and join it, so that you can learn what they have written and you can be inspired by the knowledge they have created. We say thank you for the support. We say thank you for being with us this morning. We appreciate immensely, considerately, and we hope you will continue being with us. Get a Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Na kama ukasikia vizuri jiulize uko na shida gani. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate. We say thank you. Like I said, this is the fun time. We have listened, we have talked, we have enjoyed, we have learned a lot. We are reaching the point where we are going to celebrate and talk about what the day was like. And we say thank you, the Almighty God. Hata ameamua tubariki na mkua wakati tunamalizia. May I take this chance to ask us to take our seats very briefly. Tafadhali keti chini very briefly for the last part. May I ask us to take our seats very briefly? God has decided to bless us. God has decided to bless us and crown the day. That was the cherry on top of the day. We say thank you. We continue to appreciate you for being with us the entire day since morning. Some of us got here at 8. It is going to 4 and 5, but we are still here. We have learned, we have studied, we've been inspired by our seniors, by our peers, and we say thank you for the very, very good work. May I take this time to invite only 2 people, one for 1 minute, the other one for 2 minutes, to just share with us a little bit, and then we close. The first person is the chairman of the Students' Union, representing the students whom we have here. We all know the VC is our father, all of us. He represents our students, and we say thank you for coming and gracing this occasion with our students. I take this chance to Karibisha for a word to the VC and to the authors and to the day. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Kimora Njuguna, President Kisii University Student Association, and today is quite a delightful day, quite a great occasion today for this book launch, celebrating the Professor John Akama, who is our Vice Chancellor and the leader in academia in this university, and much grateful to host this event within these premises. And as I represent the student body here, I say to the students who came and who participated in this event, asanteni sana kwa kujitokeza kwa namba kubwa, and for sitting for this up to this hour, and for joining hands with us and supporting our university, our professor, as we celebrate this book launch, and making sure that we follow in his footsteps, in as much as he is living, that we may take on this mantle. He has led by example. I hope we also take on, and in his great works, and so much more that he has done. May we remember him, may we relate him, may we follow that path he has set. It is quite a great place, it's quite a great honor. And for him, and this being the last book launch, I hope these works will guide other authors, that these works will go beyond the borders of this nation, will not only remain a matter of the Kisii community, but will be writings that will empower beyond this nation, beyond Africa, and will be used world over to show what culture, what a vibrant community we have as the Kisii community. Now, as the student leader, I don't work alone. I have my team with me, and kindly they may stand up and come forward and introduce themselves and some of the roles they do. They really assist me in managing the university. There is...
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Gail Otieno Miswa Onyango. I'm the Secretary General of Students' Union. And I want us to welcome you all and feel much at home. And congratulations to our prof. This is a great journey. You showed us the way as the father. And we are willing and ready to follow this suit. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Hilary Ochieng, the Congress School of Arts and Social Sciences. This is my dean. I'm very proud of his work. In fact, Prof, I have the best dean in this school. Because ever since I got into the office, things have been moving on smoothly. And I'm very proud of that. Thank you, Doc, and congratulations, Prof.
Mine is to congratulate the team of others and all of you for coming and being here with us as we congratulate the great works that have been done. That will be all.
Thank you, Makofi. We say thank you. Our students also are our inspiration, so we say appreciate. At this time, to close for us, may I ask the Dean School of Arts and Social Sciences to give us a vote of thanks, and then I will give direction on what's next. Karibu Bwana Dean.
A warm and cherished good afternoon to our most valued guest speaker who was here, the County Secretary, Charles Ndabo, our Vice Chancellor, guests, we say community leaders, elders, staff from the county, the university management, all staff, principals and teachers from various schools, parents, students, and my dear friends, and everyone. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked hard to make this book launch a success. First of all, I have to thank the Almighty God for giving us this opportunity to be here and to have the knowledge and opportunity to exploit this field of academia. Without you, we couldn't have this grand success. By His blessings and grace, we are able to make this event a success. To the authors and editors, thanks to all of you, including the discussants, for adorning the occasion and sharing the opinions today. Thank you so much for completing your work and sharing your findings and opinions with us today. With our new knowledge, the much of our national history is well documented. Knowledge production is our endeavor. And we from the School of Arts, where most of the authors have come from, we don't want to stop there. We want to translate this knowledge into intervention. And that's why, in the recent past, since I became the Dean School of Arts and Social Sciences, we have actually signed more than 5 memorandum of understanding with various institutions, not only in Kenya, but even beyond. We have managed to train our academic staff on how to write research grants, on how to do resource mobilization, and how they can translate the research into interventions. Most recently, we started working with the women rep, Kisii County. Some of us will think politicians are not development oriented, but I think for the first time, I'm seeing the kind of leaders that we have that are development oriented. When you take an idea to them, they always want to buy that idea. And I want to encourage all of us, the knowledge that we have produced, we need to make it useful to the community. Knowledge that is in the archives does not create an impact. Let's use that knowledge to create impact to the society. Before Professor, you gave me this opportunity to become a lecturer, I was working in the NGO world. And one thing I've come to know is that it's better you start from the NGO world so that when you come to the university, you understand the gaps that are existing there. Now you work towards filling the gaps, the knowledge gaps. And that's why we are very proactive. For the academic staff who are remaining behind, it's upon you. We have already started. We are moving on. You'll always see us beyond where you used to see us. And our School of Arts and Social Sciences, I'm telling you the truth, will be the best school ever we have ever had in the university. And that is not of my making. It's because of the people you have given me, the academic staff that you have given me. They are very dedicated. Whenever we assign them roles, they are able to pursue those roles. And there's nothing good like having such kind of team in a university. And wherever you go, and I know you're not going anywhere, wherever you go, you can be another, maybe you can be the chancellor of this university who says no. Right? We are here to work. Wherever you go, whichever position you will be having, count on me. Me, I'm always there to support you in any way possible. I'm your ambassador, no matter what. Because myself, I'm a beneficiary of you, and I know what I can do when I work with you. Whoever that says anything, I don't care. The authors who have come here today, they are beneficiaries from you. Without them, they can't be what they are. And I was telling them they should not stop there. Let's keep on doing resource mobilization. Let's keep on mentoring others. Because this journey is not you alone. Let's work together for the good of this great institution. This work could not be what it is without many people joining and to ensure that every activity has been implemented well. Therefore, I must be grateful to the publisher who ensure that we have good products. The outcome is the best that we have. We have to appreciate the public relations office. You can see what they have done. Without them, we could not have such a colorful event. The moderator, I chose you with purpose. Thank you so much for making this event a success. Finance office, through the office of the Vice Chancellor, we do not have a cake. We have it here. It has made this event successful. Thank you so much. The media team, we could not have these good photos that everyone wants to share. Without you guys, we must appreciate you. And I've come to know that it requires planning and a bird's eye for detail for you to make it. And always work as a team. All the support staff who have always been very willing to participate in this particular activity, I thank you all. And all those who have participated today, the attendees, the students, the lecturers, may God bless you as you pursue your endeavors. Thank you.
Wonderful words from Daktari. I would not add or subtract anything. I will just slowly bring this to a close. What I'm going to guide us in is at the back there, we have some tea and snacks. It is raining. Unaweza toa joto kidogo, steam it up with a little conversation. You can find an author somewhere, corner them at the side. Muuliza aliandika kitabu aje, you might get an idea or two. Maybe you bought the book outside there, you want an autograph. This is the time. We'll be listening to some music as we enjoy our snacks, as we enjoy a very good discourse with our authors and get inspiration. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for persevering the rains, the sun, the hunger, the thirst, to listen, to get inspired, and to get knowledge. Asanteni sana.
Thank you.